Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Tormore Reserve is the venue. It's the big Division 1 elimination final clash this afternoon between Beaconsfield and North Ringwood. And who would have thought at the start of the season that these two sides would actually be playing off in a final? And it's great for the competition to actually see that. But what a magnificent start that we've had to the EFNL final series yesterday, and we've got some great highlights to talk about this morning. We've got a reigning premier not playing finals in 2023. We had an extra time game yesterday, and what a magnificent game that was. I reckon we had an upset yesterday down at Mitcham with Templestowe turning the tables on Waverley. We had Donvale, and Donvale made a statement yesterday as they booked their place in the grand final for 2023. And in a titanic struggle down at East Ringwood yesterday, Kilsyth have prevailed and they move into the grand final against a very, very gallant Surrey Park who lived to fight another day. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wayne Brasher. I'm the host of EFNL Game Day this afternoon, and joining me in pre-match this afternoon, media manager Ryan Long. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Afternoon, Brash. Fantastic to be out here at Tormore Reserve for a massive elimination final. Yesterday's results, there's quite a fair bit. Premier Division as well, with Blackburn sneaking into the 6. That's something you didn't see coming. Didn't see yesterday's result coming out at Mitcham.
No.
So a lot to really get stuck into in this pre-game session. We've only got probably an hour to get through it all, but I'm sure we'll have a good crack at it because there's a lot to discuss and a lot to look forward to today as well, with 4 more elimination finals to come.
Welcome, Dylan Smith. How are you, mate?
I'm great. It was an excellent day of footy yesterday. Obviously, the Templestowe game, a little bit of a blowout in the end. But today, I'm super excited for Beaconsfield. First final series in the EFNL, so I think that's going to be great for them. And, hope if today is anything like it was yesterday across the entire competition, we're going to have some great footy.
And, Josh, you didn't get the result that you wanted yesterday for your beloved Surrey Park. However, they lived to fight another day and they weren't disgraced. How are you going today?
I'm going okay. I mean, the Cullen win balances that out. But
did they win?
Yeah, they won.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Well,
I'm pretty excited. Finals is finally here as well. And I'm really looking forward to seeing Beaconsfield again, North Ringwood for the first time as well, and plenty of interesting games around the grounds. And
hopefully throughout the broadcast we'll also touch base with the respective coaches Mick Fogerty and Rob Nahas and get them to share their thoughts on the clash this afternoon. Gentlemen, I think we'll start from Premier Division, and the biggest story out of Premier Division yesterday was the reigning premiers Noble Park being beaten by Balwyn and have slipped out of the 6 and are not playing finals this year. Some might say that they saw it coming, but I don't think you honestly think that a premier is going to miss the finals the next year, Ryan.
No, not at all, and especially with the top 6 system where half of the division makes it. There's a big gap between probably the top sides and the bottom half, and we thought Noble Park, they were in the top 6, I think, almost all season. You might have that handy at all, but the fact that they did drop out in the last round and someone like a Blackburn sneaks in who we at times had written off. Their form, even in recent weeks, hasn't been overly fantastic. We saw them last week get belted by Roval, and that was like the tipping point where we thought, oh, okay, so they're probably done now. Noble had some close losses as well. They lost to East Ringwood by a couple of kicks where, again, they were in front with 2 minutes to go, so they'll look at that one as quite costly. They lost to a couple of sides, I think Norwood at the earlier stages of the season by a point. So that they've had their chances to lock up a top 6 spot, and I mean, we always goes back to those 2 big injuries at the start of the season, which hurts them, but in saying that, unfortunately for their sake, just not good enough to make the finals.
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, from round 11, Noble Park were flirting with danger. They'd been in 6th position from rounds 11 to 17 without making any leeway whatsoever on the other 2 sides. And then that loss yesterday threw them out of the finals in finishing in 7th spot, which was where they also were in round 7 and 8. The highest that they ever were on the ladder was after round 3, where they were 2nd. So it's been a year where for them it just hasn't gone right. Let's be honest, it just hasn't gone right, as you've articulated, Ryan. Injuries, I just think that the loss of not only the injuries but the loss of Alwyn and and Shane Allen, the experienced lineup that were who were goal kickers, I think they've really struggled. If you look at their scores throughout the year to really actually put a winning score on the board.
Yeah, and just touching on some of those injuries as well, you look at Josh Tour, who only played the 7 games this season, Jack Francis as well, and we saw him on not Good Friday, King's birthday, when Noble Park got that big victory, and I think we gave him best on ground that day. You look at Anthony Marson, he only played a couple of games as well. Those are 3 pretty key players to their lineup.
I think we just thought they were going to come good, though, didn't we? We just thought they'd do enough, and that defensive system that they got would just do enough to get them into finals, and then if they could make it into that 6th spot, they could cause a bit of damage come finals time, but they've just eventually just haven't got there in the end.
I think probably another telling factor was the fact that with Martin and Morrison, was it?
Shane McDonald.
Yeah, Shane McDonald going out of the side. That actually gave the opposition coaches a lot of time to sit down and put their time into Jackson Sketcher to try and, throughout the season, negate his effect. And I think in some cases they were able to do that. And I think I think that because they haven't, he can't carry the side on his shoulders because there's another 21 contributors on the day. But I think when all of a sudden you might get the 2nd or 3rd best midfielder to be getting your best opposition midfielder, and it does make it hard because you then have to shoulder the responsibility and go far and wide to try and create pressure and run throughout for the team. And
we saw that, Josh, in that game against Roval at the start of the year, where Jackson Sketcher literally in that last quarter kicked 4 goals, had 49 touches to the game and led him to a victory. And he had probably a few performances this season where he may walk away with 3 votes, but in a loss because he probably hasn't had the backup around him. Horton Milne's been solid, but they're probably just missing a couple of those contributions from some other players. And it's pretty unfortunate. I was actually really looking forward to seeing them as the dark horse come a final series.
Yeah. Look, let's be honest. Look, they'll lock and load again, Noble Park. They'll come back twice as hard next year. Yep. So, look, they'll probably see this as an aberration. We go back to a top 5 next year, which means there's going to be even more pressure, to earn your final spot. And I think that's probably when they're at their best, when their backs are against the wall. So I think, Dylan, that they'll be able to rebound.
Is there a case that actually is a bit of a silver lining for them, given the injuries, and they probably weren't going to, win the premiership this year, that they can actually bow out early and sort of get themselves sorted out for next year?
Look, I think don't you would agree, Josh, that no one wants to, after being in the 6 for the majority of the year, wants to fall out in the last round and not play finals.
And after winning the premiership last year too, I don't think they'd be smarting at the fact they're not playing finals. But I think it's a good learning curve. Just gives some of those younger players a bit of experience. I think they had a couple of debutants last year, and it'll only hold them in good stead. We've seen what it's done with Vermont this year, and it's only going to hold Noble Park in good stead.
let's turn it now to the opposite side of the coin, where once again Blackburn, right, have come from seemingly the clouds, or a very difficult position a month ago, but with a good run of games leading into a final series, they've once again fallen into sixth place, and I think this is probably the last 4 or 5 years they've either finished 5th or 6th, right, to play finals. They took on an East Ringwood side yesterday, who I'm not 100% sure whether because they'd already known they'd sewn up a position, or are we underselling the fact that Blackburn had to win and basically brought the intensity to the contest that East Ringwood didn't?
Josh, they probably certainly deserve their credit for their performance yesterday against East Ringwood, despite whether or not the Roos had put their everything on the table or not. It's just one of those, they look to be in the same position as they were last year. They're coming into this first final as the complete underdogs. Yeah. They were against South Croydon last year, competitive but had a loss. So it's hard to say that they've made any improvements. I don't think they have. I think, if anything, they've dropped back a little bit in performances and are very lucky to sneak in, because even some of their games, they've been lucky. They've had a great run home. They played some bottom 4 sides. They barely got across the line against Doncaster. That's a 5-goal win where most sides are pumping them by 100 points. South Croydon they beat by, I think, about 30 or so points.
Yeah.
They were pumped by Rowville, lost to Park Orchards, beat Norwood by a goal. So it's hardly convincing form for me. I mean, maybe I'm being a bit harsh on them, but and credit to them to making a final series. I'm going into that final series with a lot of doubts on how they're going to be able to stop Baldwin.
Yeah, I have my doubts too, and we've seen their 2 meetings against Baldwin this year, including on Good Friday, where they couldn't contain the likes of Jordan Lyle, Charlie Haley, and it's going to be hard to see them doing so again. That's just because there's no real defender that can take it up to the likes of those forwards. But no, you got to give them credit. I think it was probably a mixture of both desperation for Blackburn, but East Ringwood probably came into the game knowing that either way they'd be playing an elimination final, whether that be at Bayswater Oval or whether that be at Jubilee Park.
And they deserve it. I mean, they took their opportunity. Noble Park didn't. So at the end of the day, as much as I'm probably a bit harsh on them, but they have deserved their final spot. And look, if they pull off a big upset, it'd be a pretty exciting couple of weeks for the Burners.
I feel like that matchup against Baldwin, though, for Blackburn, they don't really have a point of difference. Like, in some ways, I see Blackburn as a team that plays sort of similar footy to Baldwin, just not as good, and they just don't have those classy players like a Charlie Haley, like a Goebbels.
I reckon Lyle's height is going to worry them.
Oh yeah,
through the finals. It's going to cause issues, I reckon, for Blackburn next week.
And no one's going to be beating Baldwin at the clearance, so they're going to get first use all the time. And if they can get it to the likes of Lyle and those crafty players like Goebbels and Haley, they're going to be too good.
And possibly Josh Walker too, and that forward line could be slung down there.
Well, we'll just digress here a little bit, and we're going to take our first coach joining us. One of the doyens of the EFNL Football Association, and it's a very warm welcome to Beaconsfield coach Mick Fogerty. Good afternoon, Mick.
G'day guys, thank you for having me on.
Mick, in a tight season where quite a few sides have had a chance to cement finals positions in the run home, you'd be extremely happy that your team has been rewarded with a finals appearance. How significant is this achievement for the Beaconsfield Football Club in only their second year of the competition?
Yeah, look, it's massive. I think to make finals in our second year, and just we're new kids on the block. We're not rated to a certain extent. We're in a new competition that we love and we're rapt to be in, and yeah, to run out on for our first finals appearance, it just gives the area as well, and we went to Eastland simply, like Berwick, simply for profile and give our kids an opportunity, what I believe is the best standard of footy, metropolitan football in the state. So for us to make finals, it's not just about our footy club, it's about the area as well. So
that's a moot point, because having a watch on the broadcast against Moorabah, lovely facilities, it's a welcoming place, and it looks like it's and like you said, it's a club in its infancy building into something very special. Johnson and Ocker have been your main scoring options throughout the season. How have you had to tweak the game plan, and how have the players adapted to it in their absence?
Yeah, look, we lost Boud as well, our co-captain, which was unfortunate a couple of weeks ago, actually against North Ringwood with a hairline fracture of his femur. So, yeah, we've had to adjust a bit. We've had Minchington down there, and look, Minchington one-on-one's as good a player in the competition, I believe, if we can get it to him quickly. You know, we've got options with White, we've got options with Big Harry Coe, so we haven't really had to significantly change the game plan. It was just about personnel and what we think could help us and score, because we're not a high-scoring team.
One of the things I've noticed with North Ringwood, Mick, is Rob Nahas seems to be the general in marshalling the troops down in North Ringwood's defensive unit to set up for play further downfield. His football smarts awards him a lot of uncontested possession. Do you have a potential matchup to make him more accountable to curb his influence this afternoon?
Yeah, look, he's a smart player, and so it should be. He's come from the highest level. He's been around a long time, so he will. He dictates on the ground, and obviously being coach, he sets them up from that back half. But yeah, look, we've got a player in mind, and who just got to be accountable for him, and maybe just make sure that as well as he's dictating of his own team, he's got to focus on a player as well. So we hope to exploit that.
Mick, you mentioned yourself that you're not probably a high-scoring team, and neither are North Ringwood. I think they're about the 8th-ranked attacking side. So do you expect this to sort of be a bit of a defensive battle between the two outfits?
It could be. Having said that, we had 52 inside 50s against them 2 weeks ago, and we kicked like 19-16. So I think they play a high-risk, high-reward game. They press up really high, and you can get them out the back. And so defensively, they like to play that centre-forward game and lock it in, like all teams do, even at this level. So, it could be a battle of defences on both sides. But, we just hope to hit the scoreboard more if we get plenty of inside 50 looks.
And did you take much from that game a couple of weeks ago? I think at the time, before the game, it was still open that either side could miss out, and then by half-time, the fact that One Turner South were being belted, you probably knew that this would be your matchup 2 weeks' time. Did you learn much about the side and coming into this game?
No, we'll full steam ahead. We need to be. We need to be able to focus on what we need to do on ground as well, not worry about other things. Yeah, look, we're certainly told that at half-time, that you're pretty much guaranteed, but it didn't affect the outcome or the way we went about it.
Yeah, Mick, you talked about your inability there to kick big scores. Do you have sort of a plan B if you were to, say, fall behind earlier in the game, that you can sort of tweak something to open that up a little bit?
Yeah, we have. Look, we'd like to think we're a really good running side. We've got some really good speed on the outside. The ground hopefully will suit us. It's pretty similar to our ground at Beaconsfield. So we'd like to think that, like I said, with personnel changes, I mean, we're so lucky and blessed that our whole side is adaptable and adjustable. I can play Harry back, Big Harry Coe, I can play him in the ruck, I can play him forward. Wide, I can play forward, I can play back, I can play in the midfield. Mounters, back. I mean, there's a really, really good opportunity for these guys to play their roles, but understand that if I have to get something from somewhere, it might affect another area, but that's coaching, that's footy, that's the risk.
Do you think we'll see any of those little tweaks today?
You will.
And just on some of those experienced players as well, White and Mitchington, but of course playing at the higher up level, Damien Johnston, other co-captain.
Yep.
How crucial will they be today, and how crucial have they been for the season for the development of some of those younger players?
Yeah, absolutely they have. They've been terrific leaders for us right the way through. And look, regardless of what happens today, it's one of those things that we've got a really young group, and they're going to benefit enormously from today. Finals, obviously, good crowd, good. It's wonderful to be here, and they're embracing that. They're really excited and happy. They're not nervous and sitting in a corner and shaking or anything like that. They just want to get out there and have a crack. So White, Harry, the Stokoe boys, and Damo, our co-captain, they're enormous in that.
And I want to focus on one young player who I think made his debut in the last time we saw you guys, Connor Mount.
Yes.
How impressed have you been with the impact he's made at the senior level? Because it seems like he's slotted right into the lineup.
Oh, look, it's wonderful. It really is, because you get a kid like that who's our captain in the under 19 side who finished on top and playing next week in their first final. But he just sees the game so well down back, and he's just the experience he's getting playing senior footy, and the instructions are clear to him. He's got ability, he's a good player. Just go out and play footy, and then we look at, as games go, what we need to do. But we had another kid playing his first game today in Patrick Ward. First senior game in a final. Mate. Let's
go and look at that.
Yeah, let's hope he does a dermy and kicks 5.
That'd be handy.
Yeah, so, I mean, we bring them through. We understand what it is, but,
Mick, that one game could be the difference between Kirby making a big step next year.
Yeah, exactly, mate, exactly. So they're getting experience, like I said. They're playing in big games against good opposition. The club is in good hands, I think, going forward.
Well, Mick, look, you know what it takes to coach winning finals games, and today's not going to be any different, but Beaconsfield are in really good hands this afternoon, and thank you very much for giving up your time, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you again throughout the final series.
Good on you, boys. Thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mick Fogerty, master coach in the EFNL, and a true legend in this competition. Always great with his time, and he gives you something every time he comes on, Mick, doesn't he?
Yeah, and you would have known him throughout the past years, obviously coming back to the EFNL with Beaconsfield coming here. It's great for the club that they were able to bring someone along like Mick Fogerty to coach him coming into this league.
When Ray Baird and I always said that when Mick finished at Noble Park, that somewhere along the line that we'd be seeing him back in the EFNL when his time was up. And when we heard that he was announced at Beaconville, we thought that was the perfect match at the perfect time, and he hasn't let anyone down. So, look, I'm sure, like I said, he's a wily coach, and if he can he's known to pull off moves like bringing in young Kirby into the side, or Ward, I should say. So that could be a master stroke, but only time will tell.
Do you reckon he had a bit of a look at that Templestowe Waverley Blues game yesterday, what Templestowe did with like an Alex Brown, and he's looking at those magnets and thinking he can shift something around?
Well, I think he might have to, because of the fact that he doesn't have those major goal kickers at his disposal. So I think he's going to have to get real inventive somewhere along the line, Josh.
Well, I mean, he can definitely throw Brendan White up forward. He's proven he can kick goals. I think he kicked 40 goals last year when he was playing in the Mornington Peninsula League. He's definitely a proven forward, but it's going to be interesting to see what magnets he does.
He did touch on North Ringwood's high press there, and they are one of the worst sides, North Ringwood, at defending turnover, and I think that if he can get some leg speed over the back there, that is a way. We saw Bayswater do it at times, where they just moved the ball up the field with ease.
And they scored quick off it too. They came back from 3 or 4 goal deficit a couple of times, using that
absolutely,
and exposing them there.
All right, let's quickly move through. The relegation race yesterday was done and dusted, and I'm going to actually quote Spider, because he said on the podcast on Friday the reason why Park Orchards were the side in the end that end up being relegated, because the ladder didn't lie throughout the season. And even though South Croydon flirted with that possibility, they managed to get 2 wins in the last 2 games to avoid relegation. Where do you look? The results weren't flattering, like score-wise. Do you think this morning at the cold heart of day, do you reckon South Croydon be feeling like we've dodged a bullet here?
Oh yeah. Definitely, because not that long ago they were sitting in the relegation zone and they weren't looking the goods. Obviously, that Nidok game, which I wasn't at, but it just looked like they were absolutely flat, and there was still a risk of relegation. But they pulled through. They got some players back, and I think that's what helped, particularly getting Max King back. I don't know if he had too much of an impact in the last 2 games, but having his
presence. He kicked 4 goals in that game against Doncaster. But he didn't kick any goals yesterday.
The question I would say is, are they the most fascinating side over the off-season in Premier Division on what's going to happen with them? They've got a new coach to appoint, because we've seen what they've been able to do in past seasons. I mean, they're at a bit of a fork road here, whether they perform again next season and return to a final series at full strength, or if they start to fall down and continue that plummet a little bit, because it's down to 10 teams in Premier Division. So if they finish 10th this next year, they'll be going down.
That's where I worry, because if they don't recruit, I'm not sure they've got the depth to keep themselves up.
Depth's been an issue.
And Dylan, whilst we've talked on, I want you to give me the Park Orchards perspective. The fact that for most of the year they've been chasing their tail, right, and tried to get, and we're always in a constant dogfight, right, to get out of that relegation zone. In the end, they did everything right to try and stay up, but did they? It almost feels like they left their run too late, didn't it?
They did a little bit, and I think, as you said there, like when it all comes out in the wash, South Croydon just had, they're a preliminary final team last year. They're a more established side than Park Orchards, and they just had a little bit too much quality in the end. And when it all came down to it and Park Orchards had to, win a game at the end or go on a run of winning games, they just weren't able to do it because of the lack of quality in the side.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to take our first break here on EFNL Game Day. It's the big clash between, not Baronia, but we're at Baronia. It's Beaconsfield versus North Ringwood, and it's coming up live on Radio Eastern 98.1.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Beaconsfield versus North Ringwood at Tormore Reserve this afternoon in the big elimination final clash. We've just finished going through Premier Division and the finalists have been set, and next Saturday Baldwin will take on Blackburn at Bayswater Oval, and on Sunday at Ringwood, is it?
At
Ringwood. East Ringwood are taking on Doncaster East. So They're your first. That's your first week of finals in Premier League. Now we get to the finals action from yesterday, and what a day of finals action it was. And we're going to kick it off with Division 1. And how good is it to start a final series with an extra time victory? We got Montrose 10-8-68 defeating Mitcham 10-7-67. Look, gentlemen, this game could have gone either way, but once again, the thing that I glean from this result is once again the Tigers paid the penalty for a slow start.
It's almost the identical result than the match of the round that we saw early this season, Montrose Mitcham, where the Tigers fell 6 points short, and it was all because of the first quarter. They gave up 5 goals, only kicked 1 themselves. Very similar here. They gave up the first 4 goals and couldn't score for a fair while. They did so much, and they spent so much energy to get back into the game, and it was a fantastic finish and going into the overtime, and they looked like they actually did have the momentum to actually win that one yesterday.
That's the staggering part about it, that they carried that momentum. They got it to the draw to push extra time, and then they couldn't actually get over the line.
And it's one of those things that's 6 in a row now they've lost to the Demons, so it's obviously it's a funny thing, but they've got the potential to beat them because they've shown it. Just not for 4 quarters.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things, isn't it? As the Beaconsfield guys are walking past, they look very happy and relaxed as they're walking past. So they're in a good. I reckon they're in a good space headwise, Beaconsfield. I think once again, the goal kickers for Montrose and best players, we had Ryan Garthwaite got 4, Galbraith 2, Schwab 2 goals, but importantly he got the winning point, with Lord Chamberlain also kicking a single. Then you got, in the best, you had the 2 Garthwaites, Hams, White, Walker and Laurie. So, look, kudos to Montrose. They now move into a second semi-final against South Belgrave next week, and we'll touch on that very shortly. As we are now joined by the North Ringwood coach this afternoon. And it's a very warm welcome to you, Robin Nahas. How are you, Robin?
Yeah, I'm well. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, look, congratulations. 12 months is a long time in football. Can you share your thoughts after being relegated from Premier Division to now playing a finals game, which for a lot of the season didn't look possible? And have you been surprised, or was there a point of time in the season where you thought finals were on the horizon?
Getting relegated is obviously a bit of a dent to the ego, but no one wants to get relegated. But then you look at our sort of age demographic of our list, and probably the best thing for our club, because as talented as these kids are, when you've got to play against men, it's challenging. So going down a level and obviously being able to play against similar sized bodies has been really helpful for this group. But at the start of the year, our goal was to play finals, regardless of what the outside noise was. No one sees us play, no one sees us train every week. So we knew as a coaching group what we had on our list, and when you see it at training week in, week out, you know that they're capable. What I am surprised about is probably the speed in which they've sort of got to the level so far.
That sort of leads into the next question. You stated that your side's a very young side. However, you've still got the experience of Wheeler, Shepherd, Fenton, Van Noonan and yourself. How integral have yourself and these players been in advancing this playing group this year?
Yeah, we're either 30 and above or 20 and below. So we sort of don't have that middle tier of players. Aaron Fenton's probably the only one at the right age. But those guys have been super for the footy club for such a long time. I don't need to speak about Whelan. Everyone knows about Jack Whelan. Fenton's a super player as well as an assistant coach this year, and Shep and the rest of them. So it's important to have that leadership out on the ground. But it's amazing how the young guys have taken control of this team, and they've taken ownership of the way we're going.
There's one guy in particular I think has got a very, very big future, and he almost reminds me of Charlie Haley in some ways as young Jackson Braunthal.
Oh, he's
I think he's a jet in the making, I reckon.
Don't want to jump the gunny, but he's future captain material.
Yeah,
he's a super player. He's a super young person as well. So,
Both yourselves and Beaconsfield haven't been as prolific on the scoreboard as the top three. So where do you think that you can gain the advantage over the opposition, and where do you think the game will be won?
Listen, they're a very good uncontested side. So what they'll do is they'll try and defend with the footy, control the ball that way. So if we can stop them getting their uncontested chain, we'll go a long way to winning the game. And a bit of luck for us. Obviously, they've lost. They've got Johnson's playing the VFL. Ocko obviously broke his ankle, and number 2, I forget his name.
Jake
Bowd, with his knee. So they've got the 3 best forwards not playing. So we'll take that. But we don't have Loco, who's a massive part of our side. He's a super talent. So I think if we can control their uncontested game and keep the speed on the footy when we move it, that will go a long way.
Is there much you take from that game against them a couple of weeks ago? They had Johnson there who kicked 4, and there's probably a bit of a difference. He's not there, as you mentioned, a couple of those outs. Was there much really to take? Because at half-time you would have probably been aware that Wantirna South were getting smacked and that you were safe either way. So is it a bit of a new game? You sort of move on for that one pretty quickly?
Well, yeah, to be honest, I knew the score at half-time. So I didn't play the second half. So I was just very quick to get off that ground. So and I think that's sort of... the boys see me on the ground. I don't come off the ground at all. So when the boys see me on the bench, they're thinking, what's going on here? Why is he off the ground? So I think they were the better team that day. There's no doubt. That they missed a fair few opportunities. But I think that game was sort of a dead rubber for both of us. I think we both knew what was going on, and we sort of just said to each other, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. So, yeah.
As you would.
And have you come into this, I think, a lot of sides have looked at this as a bit of a double year block with no promotion this year, and you come into a final series where I don't think many people from the outside of North Ringwood thought you would make it. So do you come in with a bit of confidence, it's almost like you're playing a bit with house money, and there's no pressure on you, almost a little bit, and sort of similar with Beaconsfield.
Yeah.
It's a really good contest for both sides.
Well, you look at the top 5. Division 1's been extremely competitive this year. We've made the finals with less wins than losses. So, we've won 8 games, and we drew with Montrose, lost to Mitcham twice this year by 7 and 13 points. We beat Beaconsfield by a point, they beat us by 9 points. Belgrave is probably the only side that sort of kept, beat us by 5 goals and smacked us round 1. So, yeah, we go in there with absolute freedom, but at the same time, there's pressure to win, because it's a long pre-season, it's a long season. You've put in a lot of work, so do we want to finish today? Absolutely not. Do we have the pressure of the top sides? Probably not, but at the same time, I think these guys understand that they're capable, and if we don't get the result today, I think they will be extremely disappointed.
Yeah, Robbie, you're talking about that strength of Beaconsfield to defend with the ball and sort of hang on to the contested marks. We saw you against Bayswater a few weeks ago deploy that sort of high press. Is that something that you're going to do today to try to stop them from being able to hang on to the footy and negate you that way? Yeah,
we play a very, very high press. It helps when you've got really good personnel in our back line. It does hurt when you don't have Michael Loco in that position to sort of intercept mark. But yeah, we play a high press. We like to control the ball in our forward half, and the stats show that we're really good at defending turnover. Over the last couple of weeks, we've probably been a little bit less sort of strong in sort of being able to defend the turnover as well as we'd like. We sort of we've leaked a few goals out the back, which is unlike us. But so today, hopefully, we can stop the first chain and then really press and keep the ball in our forward half. It's a massive point. But they've got some good players. Like that Brandon White's a super player. So we just try and keep the ball out of his hand as much as possible. And number 13, their big ruckman, he's a man mountain. So try and keep the ball away from him and keep Brandon White from touching the ball would be nice.
And up forward as well for yourself, Matthew Cullinan, who's also a fairly big unit. Do you feel like if Beaconsfield, with no Ocker, with no Johnson, do you feel like he can be a point of difference in the forward line for you guys? Yeah,
definitely. I think all our forwards, like Ben Livingston, I keep raving on about him. He's a super player. Patterson, Stubbsy's gone really, really well this year. So we've got enough firepower in that forward line to trouble them. But they defend in a way where they'll press back pretty hard. They'll flood back. So we've just got to be mindful of when we can go faster one-on-ones. But if they're going to fall back and flood, just control the footy. There's no point kicking it back to them.
Well, Robin, you've got a really busy afternoon. Not only once you leave here, and you've got to go and rev the boys up, and then you've got to go out there and perform yourself. So I think we might let you go now.
Cheers.
But look, once again, good, well done on North Ringwood actually making the finals, and congratulations to yourself and your team, and good luck for this afternoon.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Coach of North Ringwood, Rob Nahas, always very generous with his time throughout the season. As well, ex-AFL player, so he knows his stuff, and he's a really good. And the fact is, when you've got players like that at our coaching at our level, that's where the reason why our competition is strong, Brett.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can't sort of underestimate just how important of a player he is as well as the coach, because that game we saw live a couple of weeks ago against Bayswater, he had a massive role in their win, and he was really important down back. He said, I think he said something in the pre-game that he wasn't going to go near too many contests, but he was in the wars, and he will put his body on the line today to get him across.
Well, he's going to have to, because Mick's got to make him accountable. Because
that's the thing, isn't it?
The thing is, he can't afford to be allowed to waltz around that half of back line getting uncontested possession, because he'll just set them up. And the thing is also too, if you watch him, he's always quite prepared, because he'll take the kick in, but he's always prepared to take the player on, right, to gain those extra meterage. So that's one thing that I think Beaconsfield are going to have to watch this afternoon.
And that's that AFL and VFL experience.
Yes.
He knows just when to take them on and when not to. But it's great just to have that calibre of player, because he was, in his day, he was a great player with both Richmond and North Melbourne, and of course was part of the Port Melbourne 2017 Premiership in the VFL. So it's just one of many ex-AFL talents that have come across, and he's going to be so key for them, especially if they are to go deep in finals.
All right, gents, let's keep this. Let's keep the vibe moving here. And yesterday, I've termed this one as probably the upset of the final series so far, because the highly credentialed Waverley Blues went in as, I feel, favourites yesterday against Templestowe. Unfortunately, they found out that Templestowe wasn't going to be an easy win. Well, I won't say they took it that way, but I think they were surprised by Templestowe's intensity. I think that's what hurt them earlier. Final score there was Templestowe 15-15, 105, defeating Waverley Blues 11-6, 72. Look, 8 goals to 4 in the last quarter. Just improved the scoreline for Waverley Blues to give them something to hold their hat on for next week. You had JP Malitzis and Ioannidis with 4 apiece, Jessup with 3, Hardwick, Giovannini, Limback and Brown with all singles, whilst for Waverley Blues, Mohammed with 3 and 2 each to Facey and Williamson. Best players for Waverley Blues, Langford, Mitchell, Mohammed, Duck, Kramer and Hale. Whilst for Templestowe, they gave their best to JP Malitzis, McSwain, Mitchener, Giovannini of the C variety, Matty Jessup and Doug Wooden. Do you think Tom Langford got caught out yesterday, Ryan?
Yeah, well, I think they did. They just didn't get their game going at all, and it was all... I mean, we criticised Waverley a lot in that first half, but I think majority of that is because of how well Templestowe did play, and they just didn't allow them to get their running game going, their handball game. They sort of encouraged them to take the game on through the middle of the ground, and when they did, you had Toby Ryan or someone cutting it off, and it was coming straight back the other way, and when they turned it over, Templestowe were actually making them pay for it. And we knew as a high-scoring side that we sort of kept saying, oh, well, they can score quick and they can get back into this game. But, I mean, by half-time, they'd scored 1 goal.
Yeah.
It's 1 goal to 9. And I'm happy to put up my hand up and say I didn't see that coming, and I had no idea. And I've spoken to even a couple of people here today who have watched both sides play and were just as surprised on the results. So credit to Templestowe, and they've maybe created the blueprint on how to knock off the Waverley Blues, and then also set themselves up for a big game next week, Josh.
They have. They have. This is their strongest side on the park, I reckon, Templestowe. And I just thought, obviously I wasn't there, but I just thought the midfield battle would be a point of difference. You know, you've got Giovannini, you've got Fogerty, you've got Bo Mitchener, Jai Hardwick. The midfield is almost as stacked as Baronia's. It's a seriously deep midfield field.
And if you look at the games that they've played when they've had all those players available, the amount of opportunity that they create, so with all of those players coming back, it probably isn't as surprising as we probably thought it was. You know, we see the Waverley Blues as this really high-scoring team, but coming up against a midfield like that just dominates you with the clearances, it's really hard to actually get your way back into that game, and especially I think they've added another dimension, Templestowe, with that forward line and how that functioned. When we saw them against Heathmont earlier, their forward line wasn't as fluid as it was yesterday, and it didn't apply as much pressure. So, you know, I think they really can challenge Baronia heading forward.
I reckon one observation that I had after I sat back and had a thought about it last night, I actually think at times Templestowe actually beat Waverley Blues at their own game, in essence. And I don't think Waverley Blues were able to cope with that in the first half, because every time that they wanted to hit the ball forward, they just kept turning the ball over at half forward. And kudos to the Templestowe defence, they were on the move. That back six of theirs yesterday wasn't stagnant. They were always in motion.
It was really aggressive.
And it was aggressive. And
can I just point out one play on the back of that, Doug Wooten, where I just remember it's early on, and maybe in the first quarter, where he ran off a player to turn it over, to get the turnover and the intercept, and how quickly they moved the ball back up the other ground and then scored from it was a 12-point play. We thought Waverley were about to go inside 50 score, and just the courage from him to be able to make that move and score
like
the other
Brash
way.
said, they almost did the Waverley Blues on them. Yeah.
And they didn't have a plan B in the end. Like I said, the last quarter actually was a bit of a feel-good factor for Waverley Blues to give them something to hold their head on in the next week. Next game, gentlemen. Look, I call this one the statement game of the finals so far. It was 5 points to difference at half-time. Donvale were 5-2-32. Ferntree Gully 3-9-27. We're all thinking, this could be a little bit closer than we thought. But we were sadly mistaken, because in the end, Donvale have completely blown Ferntree Gully off the park. 18-7, 115 to Ferntree Gully 4-12-36. Goal kickers for Donvale, Nick Murphy and Caleb Jordovic, Ethan Duncan, all with 3. Grocott Giles with 2 apiece, whilst for Ferntree Gully, Flannery was their only multiple goal kicker with 2. Best players for Donvale, Rouser, Brewer, Nick Murphy, Caleb Jordovic, Ablett and Goldsmith, whilst for Ferntree Gully, Seawood, Flannery, George, Gray, McComb and Deiso. Look, I suppose if you were on a betting parlance, this would have been your banker for the weekend, because really Donvale once again
I would add them in my multi.
Well, what they've actually they've not only have they physically worked over Ferntree Gully, but they've mentally torched them now, I reckon, for the rest of the season, because I can't see now how Ferntree Gully are going to have to now come through the preliminary final, and is it going to be insurmountable for either the two sides that play off in that preliminary final? Do they realistically think that they mentally can come in and beat Donvale on grand final day?
I don't think so. Just they've been so dominant pretty much since when we saw Donvale Ferntree Gully. I think in the middle of the season, they've just. That day, I think it was 11 behinds in that final quarter, and if they kicked a lot straighter, it could have been a lot worse. But it's impossible to see anyone defeating Donvale. I think they've won pretty much every one of their games in the second half of the season by 50-plus points. Or that one win against Ferntree Gully before finals was just by 15 points. But you're conceding 13 goals in a half to the best side. You're kicking. The best side against the second best side is kicking 13 goals in the second half. It's
how do you stop a side that out of 19 games has kicked 100 points plus 12 times? When you look at all the other sides and their scores throughout the season, half of them haven't even got close to 60 or 70 points. So for Sylvan, Oakley District and Ferntree Gully, where's the point of difference going to come for them? Or
Good question.
or is there a point of difference?
Well, you
because
can't-
I'm not seeing it.
And you can't shut down. You can't focus all your attention on someone like a Murphy because they have about 7 or 8 people who can kick 3 or 4 goals themselves. Ethan Duncan comes into the side last week, has returned and kicked 9 goals in 2 games. I mean, you can play him down back so that they can easily throw some magnets around if things aren't going their way. And then for Ferntree Gully, I mean, you look at that. We've talked about they need Kennedy back, and then maybe their chance. If Kennedy comes back at the moment, then it's not going to make that much of a difference when Donvale are playing like this at the moment.
There's no other division, I think, where the gap is this big. And we've got a South Belgrave in Division 1. We've got Baronia in Division 2. I think this is the biggest gap. They've got the perfect blend of younger players like on the the best players there, Djordjevic and those ones, and then they've got the experience of the guys like Rouser, and it just seems like everything's gelled. They haven't had any interruptions throughout the season. It feels like there's chaos for Ferntree Gully, and the other sides are missing players with injuries and travel and that sort of thing, and they've just had everything going really well. And I just
is that part of it, that Donvale have pretty much consolidated the same lineup each week, and Ferntree Gully have made those 3 or 4 changes most weeks? Is that probably part of the reason why they're a bit unsettled? There's probably a couple of guys coming into this final series underdone.
Half the problem with Ferntree Gully is their best players have been out for the best part of at least a quarter of a season, are not match fit. Losing Kennedy would have been, and with Kennedy not even being able to get back in the park, that robbed them of some valuable experience that would have been needed in the finals. And I just don't think now. Like I said, for Ferntree Gully, Sylvan and Oakley District, the 3 sides left in it, look, I think they're going to, at the end of the day, if they make it to a grand final, they've got to see that's got to be the achievement. Because unless Donvale beat themselves mentally over the head or go and flog each other on a Friday night at a pub and get Fran's list, well, I'm telling you now, I can only see this sort of result repeating itself in the grand final. The losing side will be competitive for a half, but I just don't think they're going to have the running power in the second half to keep up with them.
No, I don't think so either. They're just, I don't. They'll head into the grand final just so mentally prepared.
Just when they flick the switch, and it's good luck.
I think when Ferntree Gully had McComb fit and they had Kennedy in there at the middle, the centre bounces and the clearance was one area that they could get on top of them.
No,
but other than that, everywhere else on the ground, they're just they're more athletic, they're stronger, they can kick more goals, they've got more offensive power and defensive power. So it's just it's sort of boys against men.
I know we've got to move on, but just quickly, just at that halftime score, 3 goals, 9-5-2. So Ferntree Gully had more scoring options. If they meet in the grand final, they've got to be converting every chance they get, because if they don't take their chances early on in the game, as we saw in the second half, they'll punish you.
It's almost like whichever side makes the grand final, they're nearly going to have to kick a goal every time they go on their forward 50. They actually can't afford to kick a point. That's how cutthroat it is. Final game from yesterday, and as I've termed it, this was the Titanic struggle of the final series yesterday. It was Kilsyth up against Surrey Park, and for the whole match, this was all nip and tuck. And Kilsyth have finally availed themselves at the end and have got over the line. 8 goals, 12-60 to Surrey Park, 7-6-48. Goal kickers for Kilsyth, O'Neill and Ivanovic 2 apiece, whilst for Surrey Park, Mundy was their leading goal kicker with 2. Best players for Surrey Park, Falahay, Smith, Mundy, Can and Peters, whilst for Kilsyth, the Hoogie Boogie man, Luke Hoogstra, he was voted their best with Aiton, Machete, who's had a good season, Curry in the ruck, O'Neill and Ivanovic. And Josh, this was the game that it seems like that Kilsyth have turned into a bit of a bogey side for Surrey, haven't they?
They have. And I think it just looking at the scoreline, it was just that third quarter where Surrey have been prone against these top sides like your Churnside Parks, your Kilsyths. They've been prone to have those lapses given they're a young side, but just, they were in a good position at half time. 33-16 they were leading. Just they couldn't find a way to get the job done. And they have somewhat become a bogey side of Kilsyth. I think it's only just 2 wins in the last 2 seasons, or 3 wins against Kilsyth in the last 2 years for Surrey Park against Kilsyth. But credit to the Cougars. It's their first grand final since 2015 against Warrandyte. Of course, on top of that, winning their first ever minor premiership in 71 years. It's been a terrific year, and all the good sides find a way to win. They did exactly that. And just looking at their best as well, Hoekstra and Curry. We talked about those bigger. We talk about the bigger bodies potentially being a difference for Kilsyth against Surrey Park, and those two, they're the two bigger bodied rucks compared to the likes of Ryan Higgins and possibly Mick Paolini in ruck. That was probably the difference on the day, having those two bigger bodies. And it makes it hard for Surrey now because
there's obviously a very important game today between Chirnside and Scoresby. I think most of us are thinking Chirnside will win that game with the form that they're in. If they play Chirnside next week, Chirnside are coming in with about 11 wins in a row. I mean, that's not the side you want to play in a prelim to get through to a grand final. And if they do somehow knock off Chirnside, then they've got Kilsyth again. So it's a very tough road now for Surrey Park to pull off what would be a pretty famous flag if they can get there, because they'll be up against it now. Yeah, they definitely will be.
Who are what are the seeds now in that division? I think that's one of the more intriguing divisions with those three. We're probably discluding Scoresby.
Yeah, I think so. And because we're saying this, Scoresby will come out today and win by 5 goals.
Obviously, yeah.
If Scoresby lose, I think Kilsyth probably will say they're the number one. Chirnside will say they're number one. I don't think Surrey can say they're one now. I think that's probably. No. I think Surrey are the third of the three, and then I think Scoresby's coming in fourth as the real underdog. They'll be a big upset if they get over today.
Well, gentlemen, I reckon that's it. I reckon we've done and dusted, and we've covered everything that happened yesterday, and we're now going to get in readiness now for this big clash this afternoon. Thanks to you, Ryan, Dylan, and Josh, for joining me on pre-match this afternoon. But we're going to take a break, and we're going to bring the call team in to cover the big clash this afternoon. It's Beaconsfield versus North Ringwood, and it's live on Radio Eastern 98.1.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The call team has assembled for the big clash this afternoon between Beaconsfield and North Ringwood. And whilst we've got a few more moments before kick-off, I'll introduce the panel this afternoon. Our commentators this afternoon, Gavin Casey and Jared Beanland. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
G'day, Brash. It's very good to be here on a very sunny day at Tormore Reserve. Looking forward to seeing what that brings to us, and an elimination final clash. It's do or die for North Ringwood and Beaconsfield.
Gav, you've had a look at it. Have you had a look at Div 1 from afar this year, and any observations quickly from you?
Yeah, this is set up for a beautiful encounter. It's a pity that Beaconsfield are not at full strength because last clash meant that they were probably the form side coming into this. North Ringwood with a slow start probably represent a little bit better than an elimination final. But if you've had the losses early, it's hard to. Just making the finals was a good effort. So I think there is a possibility of advancement with these two teams winning. So we can go into this game with hopefully an even contest, but we can be confident that they'll go into next week, confident that they can do the job yet again.
Joining me also, Josh, on scores this afternoon. Josh, you'll be keeping us informed on all the other three games that are set down for decision this afternoon.
I will be. Plenty of interesting games around the grounds. I'm calling today elimination final day, Sunday. We've got the winner keeping their season alive, the loser ending their seasons across Divisions 1 to 4. So plenty of interesting games, Brash.
And joining me this afternoon, one of the special comments alumni from the Eastern Football Netball League. It's a very good afternoon to you, Ray Baird.
Good afternoon, Brash, and good afternoon to all the listeners. Always a pleasure to work beside you, Brash, and it's great to be out here at Tormore Reserve, which it looks in pretty good condition. And look, first of all, congratulations must go to Beaconsfield. Their first final task in the Eastern Football Netball League since coming across, and there is a huge contingent of Beaconsfield people here, as well as North Ringwood as well, so we're looking forward to a great game. Look, before I go any further, I just want to say something on behalf of the Doncaster Football Club. I was out at Doncaster yesterday and saw them play Roval. Yes, they got smashed by a huge margin, but you've got to understand their situation. Their situation is personnel-based. They're in an area which is very much Asian area now. There's no young kids coming through. Yesterday they played 7 under-18s. They forfeited their under-18s, which they've done a few times this season. They played 7 of those kids in the seniors yesterday, and consequently they could have played 2 more, but they would have broke the point system. That's how ridiculous it is. Anyway, Brace, we better get on with the game.
All right, so this is the start of the elimination final, Division 1 clash, Beaconsfield and North Ringwood, of course. And we've got our first clearance here. It goes to Whelan. Now North Ringwood pushing forward straight away. Good little touch there by Mowat, in fact. Stubbs wrapped up. And Whelan brought to ground. That was well done by Tyler Stocco.
I think for...
And Brush is just sorting out his headset there. I await that comment soon. Yep. As the ball goes back up. Flynn got the clearance, but it's Beaconsfield to take it away. Wasilko gets it to a running man on the outer side. Good kick forward there by Beaconsfield. Bit of a scrap. It comes now to McPherson. Kicks it forward. Brough is there and takes a good mark. Strong hands by Brough. Top of the goal square. And this could be the first on the board for Beaconsfield.
It was always going to be a matter of the first side to settle down here in this final. And Beaconsfield, they run the ball out of defence there, and now they got the first shot at goal.
25 goals for the season for Hayden Brough. Let's see if he can make an impact in Beaconsfield's first final series in the EFNL. He was dead in front. He wasn't far out. He kicks it straight through and gives some to his opponent as well. Beaconsfield on the board.
Boys, while we've got a quick break, we need the tips. I'm going for North Ringwood. Brash, who are you going for, mate?
I'm going for Beaconsfield, Ray.
I've got to go North Ringwood on this one.
Gav?
North Ringwood, but couldn't quickly change my mind if they get one more Beaconsfield.
Okay, Josh?
Probably Beaconsfield for me. I was North Ringwood on Friday. I'll change to Beaconsfield today.
However, that's a really good start for Beaconsfield, a good confident start.
Yeah, especially as Whelan got the first clearance, but they didn't break through centre forward, did North Ringwood. See how they go this time with Jackson winning the tap. Ground level ball, Fenton couldn't get it, so Beaconsfield nearly pushed it out. Whelan might be the end of a hand pass. He got bundled over as he tried to break through in the centre. The ball's bobbling around, tackle off the ball, free kick will go the way of Beaconsfield. They're quick to want to play on, but having to give it back is White. So it goes back to half-back. It's in the hands of Harris. Harris goes off to the runner in Stoko. It's Tyler who kicks it out wide, and he finds an opponent, unfortunately, with a turnover kick. Taylor marks it on half-back, close to the outer side boundary. And I know we've got a narrow shot, but this is why we come and play at Tormore for the beautiful scenery out of Mount Dandenong's in the background. It's fantastic. I'm just glad it's a picturesque day. I've been here on some terrible days in the past.
Don't we know it? Don't we know it, Gav?
The ball's on the outer side, so it is gone. North Ringwood not taking a next mark, and Whelan handing it over at half forward. Ball up, outer wing. Beaconsfield the only score on the board, with Brough getting Beaconsfield a 6-point lead early stages. Again, it's going to be a secondary ball up on the outer side, as wrapped up with Stoko. He's playing off half-back is Tyler. Bucks go at it again. It's in and there and tight. Quick kick out by Whelan. He kicks it long inside 50. No mark taken for the Saints. So ground level ball. It's a contest with 2 against 2 close to the boundary line. Flies out. Beaconsfield might have the numbers. Hand pass quick to White. He's trying to help break it free, but nice tackle there. Keeps the ball in the Saints area. So they're just forward of centre wing, and we another ball up.
So as Gav said, still in the Saints forward half this time. Quick inside 50 there. Well repelled by Beaconsfield. Schultz got the tap down. The whistle goes. Is it advantage? It is. So North Ringwood are going to go forward here. Bouncing ball 2-on-2 situation. Good muscling out of the way there by Patterson. He gets tackled though. Handballs it. Shepherd trying to Stubbs in fact trying to work his way through. And he's not going to go any further than that. 4 minutes gone in this first quarter. Beaconsfield, 1 straight 6. North Ringwood yet to score. Cullinan gets the tap down. Good work by O'Donnell to gather it, but Johnston was the tackler. Brings him down. Another ball up.
I think we're going to see a lot of that this afternoon, Ray.
Well, it's contested finals footy, isn't it?
Yep.
Jackson goes up against Schultz in the ruck. Taking it immediately, it was Mounter tackled by Whelan. Sorry, that was Trent Stoko, in fact. Up they go again. Jackson palms it down. White gets the kick out towards this outer side. Up goes Mounter. Nahas got the kick away. Slipped over, but it was okay. Good punch over the top there by Brandon White. And it's going to be a boundary throw-in.
That was AFL experience by Nahas, and he could have gone to the contest and jumped over the back of him, but he just waited out for the crumbs to come over the back and pick the ball up.
5 minutes gone in this elimination final. Do-or-die stuff here, early stages. Tap down. Flynn received the handball, gets the kick inside forward. Oh, it didn't actually go inside forward 50. The Flyers went up. Brandon White at ground level, tried to shovel a handball out, but it stacks on there. And very little movement. Ball up. Up they go again. Jackson gets the tap down. Another ball up.
Ray, it almost seems like to me early on, whichever side controls that outside run, right, is going to reap the benefits this afternoon.
You're right, Bresh, and both sides like the wide open spaces as well.
With Silko shoveled a ball out, but it's still in dispute there. Stubbs ripped his man off the ball. I don't think he had possession there, did Brandon White, so he will take the free kick. Searching for options on this near side here to us. Payne is there, but Joel Nathan was the one to take the mark. Good intercept for the Saints. Nearly called him St Kilda. So wider still there for Nathan. Jackson takes the diving mark. He'll look for it inside forward 50. O'Donnell was the one that got the kick. And it's come off hands. Sharp, wrapped up. And we'll get yet another ball up.
Sharp's got a free kick.
Free kick, in fact, to Sharp.
Around the neck.
And it was around the neck. So North Ringwood to look at putting on a first goal in this final series.
Brash, history shows that goals can be kicked at Tormore Reserve from this particular spot.
And Sharp was the player that kicked the winning goal at Bayswater that afternoon to send North Ringwood into this final series.
So, Jason Sharp got a good leg on him. Got the long sleeves for today, as he is accustomed to. Bit of a hop and a skip. As he approaches, he sent it. It's a high one. And it's straight as well. Straight through the middle, North Ringwood. Get the reply. 1 straight 6 apiece. 7 1/4 minutes gone in this first quarter.
That's something the Beaconsfield bench has got to just keep note of that. You can kick goals from that position right on the edge of the cricket pitch there.
Let's go boundary side before the next bounce.
G'day, boys. First time here, so just don't know if you can pick it up, but the runner for Beaconsfield looks like the club president, so he's doing all the hard work as he jogs off.
Thanks, Scott. We know our presidents do a lot. That's really getting involved. But it's a free kick to Beaconsfield, so they're hoping to have a quick answer to the sharpshooter goal there from North Ringwood. Beaconsfield over the top, short pass, hits the target to McKinder. He's outside 50, looking for options. Puts it in a sweet hot spot. Punch comes in late, so rebound out quickly out of defence for the Saints. But Beaconsfield hold it up and sent half forward, scrapping for it with Stoko. It's gone out the back where the Saints have got the number. Braunfeld gets it to the outer wing now with a clearing kick. Bounce of the ball suits his teammate and Milne. Wasn't in front position, but they'll share it back to Milne because he let it go out of his hands. So it's a scrap for the ball. The hand pass is errant. Now Beaconsfield load up for another inside 50. Just dropped short with Minchington going the punch, not the mark. So it's 60 metres out with Beaconsfield trying to load up another kick inside 50, but they'll won't be able to with everyone on hands and knees scrapping for the ball at half forward. So it's 1 goal apiece. Nearly 9 minutes gone. First term of this elimination final for Division 1. Beaconsfield, first EFNL finals campaign. So they are welcome to it. A big club coming on board, only second year in. But this just now the play continues on. And Braunfeld, he was quick to receive a hand pass to play on, but from that free kick, he's kicked it out in the full and given it as a turnover. So it's a scrappy bit of play from North Ringwood on the outer side. They're just not getting the fluency yet. So here go Beaconsfield again. This high up and unders, one for the pack. Ground level ball. White gets a hand pass forward, trying to release a runner. Doesn't get taken at first grasp, and the umpire will say it's a free kick to go back in play, and it's in the hands of Wasilko. Wasilko gets it long ball inside 50. Flyers go for it. Ground level ball where Beaconsfield first hands on it, but quickly wrapped up in the tackle. And they were just held up. This time was Devon Smith. So ball up, 40 metres out. There it's Wasilko again. The big fella just weaves his way through the pack, gets a kick, but it doesn't go the journey. So the line of defence on the last line is good with North Ringwood. Short pass finding Sharp in the long sleeves. Kicked a goal, but he's doing a job off back line. Now it's in Van Unen's hands. Now Nahas doing a great general role in the defence. The kick in the middle, Sharp gets it onto Whelan. Whelan takes on the hard hit, but gets the hand pass off, and it's a release play now for the Saints as they go forward. Bouncing ball for Patterson. He runs onto it, not controlling it, but knocking it forward. Late tackle in. Did the defender have the ball for Beaconsfield? Umpire's happy for the play to go on. The clearing kick won't be clearing, and it'll be a mark taken by the Saints, 50 out, and steadying everyone's nerves is Braunfeld. Braunfeld will have a shot from 50. He's saying, just everyone calm down. I'm going to have a set shot. And he'll take a good kick 50 metres out left flank.
Brash, 10 minutes in, and we've yet to have one side just take control of the game as yet.
No.
So
I think part of the problem is the condition of the ground, and they're not handling the ball as well as they were hoping.
You can always get lost on the outer side here at Tormore, and North Ringwood doing most of their attacking outer side. It hasn't been fluid, but that is a beautiful kick. Braunfeld celebrates with a big fist pump because that was an impressive kick from 50, and North Ringwood get their second on the board, lead by a goal, 2 straight 12, leading Beaconsfield 1 straight 6, 11 minutes into this contest.
Yeah, good goal there by Braunthorpe. He's been in the thick of it in the last couple of minutes. And it was a lovely kick for
No
goal.
wonder he told everyone to calm down. It's my job.
Well, backed himself.
He was instrumental in that last quarter at Bayswater.
He was, yes.
So back up we go. Cullinan in the ruck against Wasilko. Wasilko just took it out of the ruck, muscled Cullinan out of the way, which isn't easy to do. High-flying Nahas drew the free kick in the marking contest at centre-half back for North Ringwood. Little chipping ball there. They're trying to get this short ball game working. It's in the hands of Taylor. He goes to the long kick this time. Good mark down the line there. North Ringwood going forward. This is Flynn. Low ball, but it was an errant one and marked pretty easily there by Nitz Godka. So Beaconsfield to transition. Let's go to the score centre as we can with Josh Ward.
At Walker Park, Heathmont 3-2-20, Mulgrave 1-6.
Thank you very much, Josh. So it's a contest on the outer side, and it's North Ringwood to go forward again. Whistle's gone, so it might have been a free kick drawn from that contest. It's going back, and it's going to be in the hands of Tyler Stocko. And let's go to Josh again.
And we've got another score from 4th Division Scoresby. 3 straight 18, Churnside Park yet to score.
Ooh, I don't think any of us would have tipped that one.
I think Spider did on the Friday podcast, so maybe he's right.
That's impressive. So as we go back to Tormore Reserve, Beaconsfield have just been chipping it about a bit. They haven't really gone particularly far. It's in the hands of Devon Smith at the moment. And he tried to take on the man. It's Braunthal, and he just forced him over the boundary line.
Bit unlucky there.
And Braunthal actually won the holding the ball free kick. So he's going to go forward for North Ringwood, the goal kicker from before. Nearly a mark taken. Inside forward 50, but it's chopping of the arms. So he drew the free kick there. I'm going to say Patterson.
18.
Yep.
Luke
That's the
Patterson.
one. And so it looks like he's going to go back and try and slot the Saints third. With 13 and a half minutes gone in this elimination final. Both times that these two teams played earlier in the season, the team that went out to the fast start actually ended up losing the game. So it could be a bit of a poison chalice if he kicks this, but it's going to go high to the top of the goal square. Up they go, but it's been spoiled over the line for the one behind. First blemish of the day, North Ringwood 2-1-13 to Beaconsfield 1-6. 14 minutes gone in the first quarter.
Ray, that's just one where you're a bit smart. Draw it a bit shorter, top of the goal square, because any spoil is going to go over the line.
Yeah, look, there was too many players on the goal line to try and get the distance.
So the kick out is the contest down the line, but that's a nice two-grabber by Shepherd. Well, he wasn't paid the mark, but he's got plenty of help around the ball with Flynn. He's trying to skirt around the boundary, get some open space, bouncing ball. Van Oonen hands it off to the runner, and the runner's going to, from the pocket being Fenton, just drifts it in from right post, curls it in. Another goal to the Saints. They're on fire. North Ringwood 3-1-19, leading Beaconsfield. 1 goal straight, 6 points. So after Beaconsfield first goal, it's now North Ringwood doing all the running. 15 minutes gone, first term.
They've really settled these North Ringwood into a groove here, Ray.
They have. Look, they look a lot taller on the forward line to the back line of Beaconsfield, and consequently, once they get it past the centre, they're kicking the ball high in the air. As Gav said, maybe on occasions you just got to lower your eyes for that shorter kick, but on general, they're a lot taller down their forward line.
So back into the centre, North Ringwood with a bit of a buffer. Jackson taps it down. Whistle's gone. And we'll say which way this is going. It's going to go the way of North Ringwood, and it's in the hands of Whelan. Jack Whelan, one of their best players this year. Forward they go. It's going to bounce out the back there. It's just gone straight over the top. Coming to meet it was Law. Tried to get the handball away. Gathered it himself again, but it was tackled. And we'll get another ball up.
That 1-2 nearly came off then, Ray. It was a good piece of thinking there, though.
Yep.
Up they went. Beaconsfield getting the clearance. He's got time and space there to work up the handball to McKinder. Oh, McPherson wrapped up immediately, though, by Whelan. And it's an absolute fight here for the ball. Is Beaconsfield going to one out? It was Johnston trying to bull his way through, but the ball's going to end up under a stack of players.
I think Beaconsfield are second-guessing themselves here at the moment. I just don't know. I think they're struggling to find their plays in that right position.
Well, there's so many players around every contest, Brash. I think that's their problem.
We've got yet another stoppage. Jackson taps it down this time. Trying to get the clearance was Wasilko. Flynn cut it off. Sharp just got a really quick handball away there to Povey. Good kick there forward. Stubbs didn't quite take the mark. It's now in the hands of Whelan. Gets it to Fenton. He's familiar with this spot. He kicked a goal from it earlier. Can he kick a second? No.
Good build-up, though. And you're right, he does know that pocket well, but this was a bit further out and a bit wider, and it's a miss this time by Fenton. But you don't want to be giving him open shots at goal because he's a good finisher. The kick out is going to be a good one. On the end of it is Bruff, the goal kicker from earlier on, and now he's been marched up the field.
25 metre, pushed him over after he marked it.
Yeah, because he was an uncontested marking effort and being pushed over means he gets further down the field. Punch down, hits the ball running is McPherson. McPherson from 50. Well, will it bounce? No, gets the next contest. On the run is Mitchelton. He's in the pocket. He's been tackled just as he hoped to break free and have a shot at goal after he rove the ball off the marking contest top of square. He got wrapped up and taken down, so the Saints hold up nicely in defence. Van Oonen kicks it wide. This is dangerous, but it will go out the back. Nicely pushing was Flynn, just to open up play for his runner. And now on the outer side, Braunfeld go. Long kick inside 50s.
Downfield, I think.
Well, the whistle went,
Downfield.
yes, so we were wondering why, but it will be a free kick downfield. And it won't be the kicker being marched up. It will be the potential receiver getting it. And I'll just, is that Livingstone? I'll just get confirmation.
Yes, it is.
Looks Livingstone has got the ball in hand, so he was pretty lucky because he wasn't going to take the possession, but the free kick gets in his hand. Long bomb from 50. Well, that is a big grenade because he's just launched it and it's gone all the way and straight, and it's another goal to North Ringwood. 4-2-26, leading by 20. 18 minutes gone in this contest. Beaconsfield stranded on one straight goal.
Well, North Ringwood have thrown it up to Beaconsfield so far, but Beaconsfield now, they've just got to just get the ball, slow the game down, control the ball, control the game for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, and the fact is that North Ringwood have actually, they've come to play here. I think they realise that they're right in this game this afternoon, and they've started exactly how you want to start.
Back into the centre we go. North Ringwood definitely in ascendancy now. No clear clearance this time. Milne was wrapped up.
What North Ringwood are doing, though, they're getting that ball out on that outer wing and just running and running.
They do have the pace there to beat to beat Beaconsfield. In fact, there was a free kick. It was advantage paid to Flynn. He's picked out a man there. I thought he would have. It was I think was caught in two minds whether he goes to the goal or tries to find someone to mark it. But just the one behind there.
Gee, they can't afford Beaconsfield to let North Ringwood run that ball out of the midfield. It will.
Yeah, the umpire gave a really good advantage there because I think Milne had the free kick, but Flynn was allowed to run away with it. So it's one of those ones where the Beaconsfield are on the back foot, but they do have the ball in hand after the kick out. They go long downfield, hoping for a marker in Harris. Underneath it, he's besieged, and it'll be bundled out the line. So the Saints just keeping the territory wins going. And even if they're not getting deep inside 50s, they're bombing it from 50 with their long kicks. So really efficient play by North Ringwood this quarter. Harris is on the ball. He just swings himself off the kick in reality, so it barely goes a metre, but he puts some pressure on the kicker of North Ringwood, and it's an out on the full. So thankfully for Beaconsfield, it's Trent Stoko taking the free kick. I say Stoko first, then Trent, because there's two Stokos out there, and the kick short finds Devon Smith. He'll go out, transition play. It's in the hands of Merrick. Merrick's looking for his partner in crime. And it's just long and short across ground as Mounter takes the mark with the mountains in the background. So they'll go wide. So they've gone from one side to the other and now trying to go to through the outer wing are Beaconsfield. No clear possession taken from a mark, so it will be a ball up outer side of Tormore Reserve. So Beaconsfield, what do you think of that sort of slow tempo transition football they tried there?
Well, that's what they've got to do. They just got to control the game for 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a big ground. If you errant kicks, though, can be penalised. Yeah. So they've got to be precise. And the Saints win another stoppage free kick. And that's what getting first for the ball will get you. Will get you the umpire's protection. So the Saints will load up from half back. Long kick to half forward. Where are the Flyers coming from? It comes out the back. Again, it's Sharp, is it, with the kick? Or was that Sharp again?
Shepherd, I think.
Shepherd, yeah.
Another long sleeve player. So I just wasn't aware. So sorry about that. Shepherd missing to the left side when he had an open goal, but it was a quick over the top shot.
Lachlan Valentine to take it away for Beaconsfield, but his kick was intercepted there by Livingston. Forward they go, North Ringwood once again. It's just bounced out the back, and a free kick I think has been picked out. It's going to be directly in front of goal. There's a man down for North Ringwood, and it is Shepherd this time.
Yeah, it was a head-eye combat there right in front of the main marking group and took the North Ringwood player out of the contest.
The replay, yeah.
He was not even it wasn't even within 5 metres of the ball then.
Yeah, well, he wasn't going to mark it, so...
You've got to be very careful what you do today because none of you guys have picked it up. Finals EFNL, you've got 3 umpires out there, whereas normally we only have 2, so you can't get away with anything.
So Shepherd to kick the 5th for the North Ringwood in this quarter. He's missed it from directly in front.
The let off for Beaconsfield.
That's the only knock I've got on Matty Shepherd's game. He misses a lot of goals, within that 15, 20 metre mark.
He didn't kick through the ball, Bresh.
Yeah, he's had 2 misses in a minute there, has Shepherd. So he advances the score, though, to 4-5-29 to 1 straight 6. We'll go boundary side as it's out of bounds, mid-wing, out of side. Let's go boundary side for comment.
G'day, boys. Just a quick one as well. Just where that North Ringwood miss behind was, there's a little bit of wind through the bushes over there, so pretty hard to kick down there. So back to you.
Well, Blake, you are very kind.
All the more reason, as I said, he didn't kick through the football. You've got to kick it hard.
It must be a zither then.
Well, it must be a wind tunnel because that was 20 metres straight in front. So let's next time he'll get the goal, that's for sure.
And Beaky aren't used to playing up here. They play down the coast, don't they?
Yeah, something like
that. So the Saints are moving it through the middle. Jackson's got it at the middle of Tormore Reserve. He's looking for hand pass runner. So eventually he'll have to do the kick. The short pass is probably not to his intended advantage, and Curran comes in for the spoil, eventually becomes the tackler as he spills the marking attempt, and it's a ball up centre half forward for the Saints.
I've got to say, Ray, that North Ringwood really have taken ownership of the corridor here.
Mm-hmm. They have, Bresh, but in the last 5 minutes, at least Beaconsfield have stemmed the flow.
That is very true. They've worked out their pressure game a little bit more here, Beaconsfield. So it was another stoppage, and it will be followed up by yet another one. So we're over 23 and a half minutes gone in this first quarter. 4-5-29 is North Ringwood at 1 straight 6. Beaconsfield slapped down there by Coe. Tackled out of it was Meikle. And now it's a bouncing ball here in dispute. Up goes Taylor, tackled by 2, but got the handball away. It's now found space. Shepherd, he tried to control it, but in his way was Ethan Harris, and they see it over the boundary line. Bit of push and shove there on Shepherd. So North Ringwood trying to press yet again. Beaconsfield just digging their heels in a little bit in these past few minutes. Coe just took it straight out of the rack, ran into Will, and that looked like it hurt. Ball finds its way into Fenton's hands, and he is wrapped up by Devon Smith. Yet another ball up. Intriguing ruck contest. We know how good Coe is. Jackson feels like a bit of a challenger to him today. Another ball up, though, in this case. So here we go. Jackson and Coe once again. Jaden Van Unen couldn't find it there. It's been taken away there by Johnson nearly. He was tackled. No free kick paid. O'Donnell, in fact, tried to find a handball target. Nothing doing as it goes over the boundary line. So a little bit stagnant here. 25 minutes gone in the first quarter. Yet another ball in. Coach trying to wrench it out of the ruck that time. But Jaden Van Unen ended up with it. Another wrap up. Elimination final. High pressure stuff here as Beaconsfield try and stem the bleeding. Tap down again. Whistle's gone this time. And it's a high free kick, and it's going to be going the way of North Ringwood. We'll see which player it is. It's Jackson. So he turns around to look for an option, but no options present themselves as the siren goes for quarter time. It's Beaconsfield 1 straight 6. They got the first of the game, but none since then. North Ringwood 4-5-29. And let's go to Gav Casey for some of the scores.
So the goal kickers for North Ringwood are leading the way. It's Sharp, Fenton, Livingstone and Braunful. And Bruff is the only goal kicker for Beaconsfield. So we go to the quarter-time break. It's Beaconsfield 1 straight 6, trailing North Ringwood in this elimination final. North Ringwood are 4-5-29. You're listening on Radio Eastern 98.1 and watching through YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Quarter time here at Tormore Reserve in the Division 1 elimination final. North Ringwood leading 4-5-29 to Beaconsfield, 1 straight 6 points. Let's head over to the scoreboard. And Josh, any scores coming through?
Of course, we've got the 3 other elimination finals today in Division 2. Heathmont have gotten off to a really fast start against Mulgrave, 6-7-43 to Mulgrave 2-1-13, as Jared Beanland's a pretty happy man. No update from Sylvan and Oakley District, and last check from Chirnside Park Scoresby 3 straight 18 to Chirnside Park yet to score. So plenty of intriguing scores around the grounds.
Thank you very much, Josh. And Ray, 4-5-29 to Beaconsfield, 1 goal 6. Did North Ringwood leave 10 points on the ground in that quarter?
They did, Brace. Look, what they did though, they realised. What they did, they realised that they're a taller forward line. They were bombing the ball down to the road, down that right-hand side away from the scoreboard, which you can kick goals from centre-half forward at that end. And they used it very well. And what they did also, they used the outer wing, the wide open spaces and rung. And Beaconsfield, look, they're not out of this without a chance. You know, they got to do the same thing. But I think what they got to do, though, is lower their eyes as they're going into the forward line. Some good players, Rob Nahas, when he gets the ball, he always does something. But one thing that Beaconsfield's got to realise with Nahas is that he doesn't kick the ball long. And when he gets it, he's only going to kick it 15, 20 metres to a teammate. So they've got to man up on the people around.
Well, he actually was involved in that one passage where he took 3 possessions, and he was the one that set up Braunthal for that goal, their second goal in the quarter. So like I said, he was allowed to run unaccountable They've got to do better than that, Beaconsfield. And let's go boundary side.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Joined by Mick Fogerty. And Mick, we spoke pre-game. They knew we were the fast side, but they've come out quick. How do you respond?
Oh, look, it's getting hands on the footy. If you can't get your hands on the footy and you're reactive and you're second to it, they're getting their hands, they're getting releases with Whelan and Fenton, and they're just running right around all over the ground, winning their one-on-ones. We're not halving them, we're not actually winning them, so it puts too much pressure on our defence.
And how do you plan to get that pressure back on your terms?
Get our hands on the footy first, get numbers to stoppages, even it up and win the footy.
Good luck. Thanks, man. Back to you, boys.
Thanks very much, Scotty. And a lot of spirit there in Mick's voice there. I don't think he was too happy at quarter time by that sounding it, Ray.
No. Well, he shouldn't be happy at all because they were certainly outplayed for the second half of that quarter.
Let's go back to our call team, Gav Casey and
We'll get a score before we go to the action here.
Got a quick Division 4 score. Churnside Park 1-2-8. Trail Scoresby 3-2-20 out
Thank you very much, Josh.
So just listen to Mick Fogerty. It sounded like it was possibly an action replay of what he did in the huddle because he had the disappointment and the nervous energy that he wanted to express about get your hands on it. And it's as simple as that sometimes.
I think also too was the fact that they couldn't. They were soundly getting beaten at the centre clearances, Gavin. They were just not getting any run out of that centre field. Whelan is just controlling that area at the moment.
And the overlap run and the release balls have been big for North Ringwood, injecting themselves forward. Beaconsfield going to the right of screen to the Baronia Road end, hoping that this is the scoring end. They'll take some comfort after the last home and away match where North Ringwood had a good quarter time lead before Beaconsfield got themselves back in the game. They punched their way from the second ruck contest, but Nahas running off the back of the square runs onto the ball, but he runs into a brick wall and will hand it over to the umpire. Centre forward for Beaconsfield. Second quarter. It's 29 playing 6. North Ringwood leading. Overlap run. Bouncing ball in for McPherson. He can't run away from the defender. And it's a push in the back as it That'll be a shot at goal for Beaconsfield for a much-needed goal. They trail by 23. McPherson's play on ball is out wide. It's closer to goals, but it's a very acute angle now. But Misso will hope that he is accurate, and kicks a goal.
I wouldn't have kicked it out there. No. Much harder to kick goals at Baronia in that pocket than where it was on the 45-degree angle.
So at least I think McPherson knew that he was beyond his distance in his own opinion, so at least this is a goal-kicking chance for Misso. Right pocket, right footer, he'll have to use the right post and a bit of curl to get this through, and he's put it, trying to make it right post curl, he's put it on right point post, and he's just scored for a minor. It's Beaconsfield 1-1-7, now trailing by 22 points early in this second term.
Let's go to Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Yeah, great boys. Just us pressing his troop quarter time. He was just saying how he praised the efforts of Tom Jackson that quarter, the big ruckman for North Ringwood. He's having a really good authority, and he's actually getting some of the Beaconsfield players to actually man up on him, and he looks for the space, and he praised the effort and a great start, but he goes, this is not just this is not going to win the game, this is just a start. So he's very happy, Robbie Nahas.
So from that boundary line throw in on the outer side there, Johnston got a really handy clearance. The mark's been taken outside of the forward line for Beaconsfield. They go in once again. High flyers, but it comes down. It's Wasilko snapping it towards the goals, and a canny mark in the pocket, and that was Brough. So he's got a bit of a angle to deal with, probably the most difficult angle you could possibly have on the ground. We'll see if he opens that up, tries the check side, tries passing it off.
It's one of those moments again, isn't it, Ray?
It is, as I said, very difficult to kick goals from there.
So it looks like he's going to go the check side, opens the angle. He's done it, it's a goal. Brough gets his second. Beaconsfield get their second with 3 minutes gone in this second quarter, and all the attacking play early in this quarter has been Beaconsfield's way.
Done the right thing, though. He swung around on his left foot. I think that it was a far better option than just trying to go back and slot it through. But what I like so far in this quarter is the big man for...
Wasilko?
No, Coe in the ruck. He's knocking the ball clear of that cluster of players in the centre bounce.
So Brough is he's getting in the mix, but we'll stop calling him Brough if we can.
Oh, true.
So it's Brough getting his second goal on the board for Beaconsfield. He's a bit of a live wire, but he got out the back and he took a mark that dropped short from a shot. So it's a bit of an oversight from the North Ringwood defence to let Brough get out the back there. It's trying to get out of the mid Beaconsfield, trying to push it forward. They couldn't get it too much forward, so it's going to be another ball up. Forward of centre circle of Tormore Reserve. That's a good goal. Closes the gap to 16 points for difference for Beaconsfield. Long punch by Coe. Gets it inside 50. Bouncing ball hits the chest of the lead-up player. And now they're just trying to get out of the congestion. Brough trying to get it onto Johnston. He's now trying to work some space, but under that pressure, they've coughed it up, have Beaconsfield, but the clearing kick might be... McPherson, he knew he was going to get a collision, so he just dropped his hands. He's trying to take the mark, so it's spilled to ground, and trying to clear out is Van Unen. And Van Unen, Dylan in defence, couldn't break free of the tacklers, and we wrapped up at centre-back.
Absolutely dodged a bullet there, North Ringwood.
They did. Kicked it in such a dangerous spot there.
So it's a lot of pressure now on the kickers. This time Beaconsfield roving the ball. Flying shot Vasilko. He's missed it to the right. But he didn't settle. He just turned and one-step kick. And it's missed to the right. Minor scored. Beaconsfield, though, getting some shots on the board early in the second term. 2-2-14 to 4-5-29.
I'll certainly say Mick Fogerty's got his message across because this quarter they are very determined to get that football.
And Josh, did we have any scores over there? Nope, sorry. That was my mistake. And... North Ringwood take it out of defence. Fenton takes the mark. They're a little under siege here early on, North Ringwood. They need to get that running game going again. And is that
25?
A 25-metre penalty? It is. So Fenton will take the advantage of that. Marches his way to the wing. Decides to play on. Steps around White. Long kick forward for the Saints. Big Mark Cullinan. So he's too far out to score, and he completely fluffed that handball. Flynn had to turn tackler as Harris got in the way there. And it's going to be a ball up.
If you're going to handball to one of your runners, you don't hit his football boots, do it?
So down it comes. Sharp gets the handball away. It's a quick kick inside 50 for North Ringwood. It comes off hands. Bouncing ball towards the goals just... Oh, he tried to gather it on the line. He kept it in. That was very, very skillful there by Patterson. And it's found its way to Fenton. Snap around the body, but there's a goalkeeper on the line in Valentine. He just went the punch instead of taking the ball, and it's gone over the boundary line. So dangerous spot here for Beaconsfield to try and defend.
Good result there for North Ringwood.
Yeah.
Back into play with 6 minutes gone in the second quarter. North Ringwood with their first thrust forward of the quarter. And Cullinan has drawn the free kick, it looks like.
Over the shoulder,
I think. It was over the shoulder, so...
I don't know. Look, to me, I don't like seeing those free kicks paid, whether they're there or not,
I don't reckon there was that
because
much
it was 50-50, and it's going to obviously should result in a goal to North Ringwood.
I tell you, umpires love it because there's no conflict. It's either over the shoulder or isn't. It's just so obvious to them.
I know.
Matty
But
Cullinan.
you have to feel sorry for the guy who gets penalised.
Matty Cullinan, 13 goals for the season. 3 goals last time they played each other, these two teams. He goes in, he marches in, slams it home. That's North Ringwood's 5th, and that is a really good counter to Beaconsfield's start this quarter. Let's go to Josh Ward in the score centre for Around the Grounds.
Quarter time score at Jubilee Park. Sylvan 128 lead Oakley District 117.
It's a low score. It's a beautiful day, so we'd wonder what the context is in that game. As we, North Adelaide, God, where did I get that from? North Ringwood, 5-5-35, leading Beaconsfield 2-2-14, 7 minutes into the second term. So that's the answer for the Saints to Beaconsfield's first of this term. And it's back in the middle of Tormore Reserve. Rucks go at it. So this time, Coe is better. In his ruck contest, he gets the tap down to White. White gets the clearing kick from centre. On the bounce, it's Manto doing some good roving at front position. Brough, he led his player to his opponent, but he left the ball behind, so it lets the Saints do the defending, and they bring it back to the goal line and juggle it over and concede a rush behind. So North Ringwood just a little bit of a let-off because they couldn't get clear possession inside 50, could Beaconsfield. So another minor score, 2-3-15 Beaconsfield, trailing North Ringwood 5-5-35. 8 minutes gone, second term in this elimination final, Division 1.
Beaky need to man up close because he's not going to kick it any more than 20 metres.
So Nahas.
Well, he'll take the runner on.
He does take it on. It was Minchington.
Okay. It was at least 26 metres, that kick.
Mark's been taken by Nathan down the line. Joel Nathan, Richmond VFL listed player. Big kick onto the wing. Good mark there. That was Cullinan, safe hands. He's starting to work his way into the game now, the big man. Just kicked that goal not long ago. And another kick down the line. And, well, it's just fallen out the back there for Nitz Godka. And Beaconsfield will take it away. Whistle's gone. And a free kick's been picked out. And I think it's going to go to Trent Stocko. Stocko, in fact. So, he's had a really good end to his season. Was best on ground in a couple of the Beaconsfield's last games in the home and away season. Kicked it to Smith. And they were trying to control the ball there, but Braunthal just came across and broke that up. So it's a contest now. Taken down as McKinder. It was a good tackle by Whelan, and it'll force the ball up.
The one thing North Ringwood are doing just that little bit better is the tackling pressure, Ray, on the ball carrier.
And I reckon that's led by Whelan. Very much so. So bumped off the ball was Van Unen, Jaden, but he managed to get the handball out regardless. Needs Godka. Couldn't affect the contest, so it's a kick towards Cullinan at the goal square. One-on-one there with Valentine. The cavalry arrives, however. Oh, but the kick was under pressure, and it just skewed off the side of his boot. And Beaconsfield will concede the ball in there in the pocket at North Ringwood's end.
Well done by the North Ringwood forward 50 there.
Yeah, kept the ball in.
It amuses me they called for deliberate when the guy was tackled as he's kicked it.
It's quite audacious of them. So up we go. In the right contest, it was Cullinan. He got the tap down. Milne fed the handball out, in fact. And the tackle was laid on the Beaconsfield man there in Merrick. And another ball up inside North Ringwood's forward line. They're pushing again. Cullinan taps it down. Braunthal's going to have to try and chase this one. He's got Wasilko to beat. He goes to ground pretty easily. Got back up and found himself immediately in a tackle there. Bit of a wrestle with Trent Stocko. And we'll have another ball up. 10.5 minutes gone in this second quarter. Elimination final action. It went over the boundary line, in fact, so it's a ball in. Beaconsfield just gained a little bit of ground from that contest. So up goes Schultz, taps it down, and Beaconsfield will get the clear. Oh, no, they don't. It was a great smother there, I think, by Stubbs. In fact, it was Povey.
Brash, what Beaconsfield have been able to do this quarter is nullify the clearances that North Ringwood were getting in quarter one.
So yet another stoppage. Schultz taps it down. Whelan trying to burst his way through. Got the handball out as he was being tackled by two players. It's found its way to Stubbs. He's being tackled as well over the line. And it looks like it's going to be holding the ball. So the pressure of Beaconsfield is really starting to mount.
They're getting some of those... It's starting to move back to that 50-50 turn, I reckon.
Short kick is marked. This time it's in the hands of Nathan. Nathan looking to traverse the back line, goes from one side to the other in the back pocket. They do keep possession, though, Beaconsfield. This is the next important kick. It's a high up and under. The numbers with the Saints, but ground level ball won by the Beaconsfield. They're trying to get some transition play with quick hand pass. Now the lead-up ball in the middle. White might take the possession. He hits the ground with the ball in the centre, and it'll be a ball up. So they're just trying to be more deliberate and hit up targets, but there is the danger that any turnover could be quickly sprinted away from. So the bounce the ball with Silko was in good possession. He gets a quick hand pass to his runner, and off they go down the line. A nice mark taken by Beaconsfield. Got a heap of numbers in the forward line. They could raffle it, but there's no winning ticket for Beaconsfield yet because they really mucked it up. They didn't know who was taking the mark. McKinder was good to back up. Gets the ball going again for Beaconsfield. Now the mark. Well, was that a push-off in the marking contest? Still the numbers with Beaconsfield. Maybe a hand pass to Wasilko will finish it. His kick is smothered from 30. And what could have been conceivably a easy shot at goal never happened. And now it's with Nahas at half-back. And I'm just baffled and trying to speak at the same time how they mucked that up. So the kick by Nahas goes to the centre corridor. He's very good with that. He knows he can really pierce a pass in. So this is now Flynn. Long ball. This might just show Beaconsfield how you do it. One end to the other they go. Now the long ball in. North Ringwood, they've got people queuing up, and one late into the contest was it Braunful?
It's Stubbs.
Stubbs. Well, this is Stubbs coming in late. And he was 25 on my sheet, so I couldn't find him there as I was looking, as he's now number 5 today, Stubbs. They were queuing up North Ringwood, and that's how you do it. You get one person going for the mark, and he can take it.
No wonder Mick Fogerty hasn't got any hair to rip out, because he would be absolutely livid not being able to score with 6 possessions there.
But Brash, even the mark when he took 45 metres out.
Why did he have a shot?
Why pass it off?
So Stubbs kicks, and that is rubbing a lot of salt in the wound of Beaconsfield. It is North Ringwood's 6th goal of the day, 6-5-41. They lead by 26 now. Beaconsfield 2-3-15, 14 minutes gone, and only a minute ago you thought Beaconsfield were going to score.
Potentially a 2-goal turnaround. Blake, what have you got for us?
Yeah, just a quick one as well. As you touch on as well, just that end-to-end ball movement was great, and great use there by Harry Flynn, the young fella there, Collingwood listed VFL player, so good experience there for North Ringwood to get that goal to Stubbs and kick the goal.
So Schultz into the rock, but it was North Ringwood to take advantage there of Coe not being there. Clearance North Ringwood once again, outside of the boot, trying to find a teammate in Fenton, but he was tackled over. Beaconsfield capitalise. Good kick down the line there. It's now been marked by Mounter. Mounter goes to the corridor with that one. He picked the eyes out of McKinder. He's going to turn around. He's got a bit of an open forward line down there to try and figure it out, but his kick was absolutely miscued, and it misso, and over the line it goes.
I couldn't help but react there that they are doing everything wrong when they
Look, the build-up from the back line was very, very good, but it's always that last kick.
Yeah, they just can't hit a target like yesterday in their forward 50.
15 minutes gone in the second quarter. There's the throw in. Scooped up there by McPherson. Tackled again. Ball up.
Boundary.
Let's go to the boundary line with Scott Hardy.
It wasn't even about sort of a missed kick. It was just miscommunication between the both players. He would have nailed it. Just they both ran the opposite way to where the kick was going to go.
Well, did he call for it, Scott, in your opinion? Did Misso actually know it was coming to him?
Yeah, no. Well, Mounter sort of ran away. He thought Misso was it, and it was just, no one really spoke about it. So that's where the miscommunication.
Okay.
So as Scott was speaking, we've had another 2 stoppages, and it's gone absolutely nowhere. Jackson versus Schultz. No, the nil draw there in that contest. Silas took out to turn tackler and wrapped up. I believe that's Nathan at the back. No, it's Meikle at the bottom of the pack there. Another stoppage. Up we go once more. Another scrap. Johnston throwing himself in. And another stoppage. So 6-5-41 to 2-3-15. North Ringwood lead in this elimination final. 16 minutes gone, and that's a free kick. Clear free kick to Schultz out of the ruck there. Jackson infringed. And Beaconsfield will be happy that that wasn't advantage, because they completely stuffed out that inside 50 once again.
They did.
But they still seem to be wanting to lead to that pocket run.
I know.
No one led that time.
Getting to know the ground you're playing on. Obviously, they haven't played here before. You've got to give. But look what the opposition did in the first quarter.
Schultz passes it off to Merrick. He's just going to run straight to the arc, kick it towards the goal square. Who's there? Wasilko couldn't quite take the mark. It comes off hands. North Ringwood to try and mop up. Wasilko kind of gathers it again. Gets it to Johnston. He was tackled. Dylan Van Unen, good pressure.
That was a lot better. The hardest part to defend on the ground is right on the point of the goal square in defence, and that's where you just got to keep putting the ball.
Stoppage at the top of the goal square here.
Yep.
Beaconsfield pushing, but they really have lacked efficiency in their forward line, as we've said. So it comes here to Minchington. He received the handball, gets tackled immediately though by Joel Nathan, and ball up in the pocket. North Ringwood a little bit under siege, but Beaconsfield letting them off. Up we go again. Coe versus Jackson. Coe just took it out of the ruck, and it's a high free kick there to Coe as he was tackled. And now they will get a clear shot at goal, Beaconsfield.
Surely he's not going to pass this one.
It's a must.
Surely.
This is a must goal here for Beaconsfield.
He's got to, and Coe's been very good in this quarter.
Yep.
Harrison Coe. He played very well in the last time we saw Beaconsfield at home park, taking on Murrelbark a couple of months ago. He's impressed this season thus far. Can he get a goal on the board? He's kicked 5 for the year. Marches in. And is that going to be it? Yeah, it is. Beaconsfield get their 3rd on the board. And finally, their inside 50s pay off.
great reward for effort for Co. As I said, he's made a big difference in this quarter.
And Josh Ward in the score centre.
Mulgrave making a comeback, 7-7-49. Heathmont, Mulgrave 5-3-33 out there at Walker Park.
Thank you very much, Josh. So the winner of that game will go on to play the Waverley Blues, who lost to Templestowe yesterday. Thanks for joining us on Eastern FM 98.1 and the YouTube and Facebook streams as we're just waiting for the ball to come back to the centre. My co-commentator Gav Casey will take us underway for the later stages of this second quarter.
Thanks, Jared. And a shorter ruckman for Beaconsfield in Schultz going at it, trying to jump over his opponent, but it's been won by the North Ringwood ruckman. It doesn't mean they get the clearance because trying to get forward was White. He's been wrapped up in the tackle, but the umpire's allowing play on. So North Ringwood have sort of just bundling it to the wing, close to our broadcast side. And that was a good contest both ways. No clear possession won. The tackles were intense, and the pressure to get a kick out of the contest was immense and never happened. So it's a ball in, boundary side, just in front of our cameras here. So we've got a perfect view of this next possession. And again, the tap out results in no clear possession, so it goes out of bounds going forward for Beaconsfield. Just forward of centre wing now.
If Beaconsfield can get another goal, Rain, going back to 14, 15 points, you're right, it's game on.
It's interesting, Cullinan, the big man, just plants himself. Schultz tried to get over the top, but Cullinan just dominated the area, tapped it down. He couldn't get the help from Fenton this time. The kick goes forward. Rosilko gets the hand pass onto the runner, and the runner in Johnston will get an overlap play. Misso's got it, boundary line, trying to hook it back towards the goals. It's all North Ringwood last line. He didn't talk. Well, there was a player late into the contest, so Jackson punches it out for North Ringwood and concedes a boundary throw in. So that was a rushed effort from Beaconsfield, but I like when they get up and running.
They move the ball really well then, under a lot of pressure. And what they've done, they've tightened up on Whelan as well as around the contest.
So Co now resting in the forward line, becomes the rucker. Couldn't get over the top of Cullinan. Ground level ball, though, might be in the hands of Beaconsfield, but it's all under the feet and hands now, and it's a big pack of players, and the umpire will call for a ball, and he'll ball it up 20 metres out from Beaconsfield's goals. They're getting closer. It's a 20-point margin. It was 23 at quarter time, but it feels like Beaconsfield, having more shots on it, have sort of won the quarter by more than the 3 points that they've advanced closer, and they can't get clear possession. It's been wrapped up. The defence holding up nicely for the Saints. 41 plays 21. Time on second term. 29 played 6 with North Ringwood going to the Baronia Road end. Now it's a 20-point margin, but they get the kick out nicely marked by Stubbs. And it was kicked by Braunfel. So Stubbs off half-back, goes out wide. Braunfel running. That's elite running there. Gut running from half-back to be the receiver there. Now kick to half-forward. This is great transition. The Saints are showing up. Beaconsfield going forward. Now the punch comes in for Beaconsfield to try to wrestle possession back. They do get the clearing kick, but it's a high up and under. It does fall the way of Beaconsfield. So they'll be with ball in hand at half-back. So a bit of a let-off. And it's now Mounter going out wide. His kick is found Bruff. Bruff loading up a sharp ball in forward line. Goes over Cullinan. Cullinan gets through the hands, but he's got support. Rosilko tried to put some pressure on. Big tackle applied by Misso. And that's taken ball and all. And the umpire might say there might be some concussion here because that was head on head. And Misso put the body on the line. Great tackle, but it just went wrong with the clash of heads.
It was Liam Taylor was the other man in that.
So we'll just wait with the silence is just...
yes, both heads have collided there.
Yeah, we'll go boundary side for more comment from Scott or Blake.
Yeah, so Michael Misso is right now, but the Ringwood player, I think it's can't name down. Back to you on that shortly.
Blake, we'll just give you some information. You're chopping out. You might have to face us when you want to talk to us because you might...
Yeah, Liam Taylor's is coming off now. So.
That's much better. Thank you for that comment as well. If
no problem.
You might, if you wanted to say more, go for it, but just face us when you're doing it because we're getting chop out on your comments there, Blake.
Concussion protocols will come into place for both these players here.
Yeah. The glad thing is you can have a conversation. Doesn't mean you don't have concussion, but maybe it's just one of those ones where you feel a bit ill.
I guess, Gav, we're in this thing about at the moment. I guess they're going to err on the caution of safety, I reckon, nowadays.
Brash, there's no one particular type of cushion. Some
No.
people get hit like that and straight away they're concussed.
I know.
Other people, it could be half an hour later before it starts to affect them.
Yeah,
so there's no one pattern.
Exactly. But I'm saying they're always going to err on the...
Yeah.
Well, they'll be conservative until they think they know better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's probably the wise thing to do. And it's not just at the professional level should we worry about this. It's all levels because people got to live their lives beyond this game. As we go back to the game in hand, and it's not a bad game now. It's just that the scoreboard says that North Ringwood are 20 points up.
Well, as Brash said, if Beaconsfield can get another goal this quarter, we got a game on in the second half.
So Cullen try to wrestle with Coe. Coe did with the tap, but it's a lot of Saints around the ball, but they can't clear the congestion of that ruck contest. There's a holding the ball. Just as Beaconsfield got their hands on it, it's Fenton who applies a tackle, and he'll get a kick, which will be a relieving one for North Ringwood. They've held up well. They've only conceded 2 goals this quarter. Maybe lucky 2 considering Beaconsfield's entries, but they have been very good in transition. Have the Saints. This time they slip over, and they might have slipped up. The Saints in defence, and is it a holding the ball decision or ball up? It'll be a ball up outer side. We'll go for boundary side comment.
Yeah, just from that injury, Michael Misso is probably in better nick than Taylor. Misso isn't in the hand of the trainers, but Taylor's still being assessed by trainers.
Ruff picks it up close to the boundary line, hooks it back into play, punching and trying to keep it going forward as Beaconsfield. They go on the bounce, though. It's been sharked by the runner in Nathan, and Nathan just electrifies the play by running out of congestion. A couple of hand passes over. Fenton's there. He gets tackled, but he swings a hand pass out. The runner there, and Stubbs can't break through. So at least Beaconsfield are stopping the run on with some tackles. White's now got it from the turnover ball. He goes over wide to Mounter. He misses him in the kick. Mounter has to apply a tackle scrimmage effort, but the numbers are with the Saints out a wing. Now they'll load a long ball into centre forward. Beaconsfield do well, and just taking the relieving mark. So good play for Beaconsfield. Holding up now was Silko. Well, sorry, that was Mitchington in the middle. Dropped the ball, but it's fallen to his teammate. Long running ball now, and now it's a mark at full forward. Is that Coe dropping back into full forward position?
I think so.
And he's been a great ruckman, but the height there paid to his advantage because that's what you got to do when you know you've got height advantage. Just use it. Put it high, let him jump over his defender, and Coe has now got it in hand 30 metres out with not much of an angle.
He's got to kick it to finish it off.
He did very well to outmanoeuvre Payne there.
So Harris ran through the middle beautifully, and his kick was a smart one. It was to the advantage of Coe. He's not going to be spoiled when the 6 foot Lots is got his arm straight up. He's not going to be.
He's got to kick it as hard as he can too. No good just trying to guide it.
Well,
forward.
as we know, the wind gets through the trees here at that end. As it's now Coe got it in hand. He's got a straight kick at it, and that never looked like missing. And Beaconsfield are back in this contest, not just on the play, but the scoreboard's reading prettier. It's Beaconsfield 4-3-27, only trailing by 14 late in the second term. North Ringwood are 6-5-41.
And one of the reasons why Beaky are back in this game is Harrison Coe. He's kicked 2 goals himself this quarter. He's cleared the ball away from centre stoppages, and he's taken a couple of big marks down there.
Just on that head clash, Jen, surely Michael Misso has to be assessed. I can't quite see the Beaconsfield bench from there, but I'd love to know if he has been assessed, because you have to take all precautions.
Yeah.
Scott Hardy, what have you got for us?
Yeah, they've spoken to him, but when he came off, he was in much better nick, and he was he was aware of what happened and explaining it. But no, at the moment, I think he's been spoken to. But yeah, he's going to come back on shortly, I would say, or wait for at least this break then.
So that'll be interesting to see what nick he's in. Fenton gets the clearance as we're back at the ranch here. Good spoil there by Meikle. Had to defend his own player's kick. Let's go down to Blake Tennant on the boundary line.
Yeah, that's a quick one as well. Liam Taylor, he just looks very drowsy at the moment. His head's just shaking everywhere at this stage, so I wouldn't be surprised if his afternoon is done for the day.
So it's a free kick there from the clearance, and it's Whelan to go forward. Up, flying high. That was nearly a mark. It was a mark, and it's been taken by Law. So Sam Law is not going to go the goal here. He's going to go into the pocket, and it's Sharp. Kicked a goal already in this game. And so North Ringwood to try and answer the challenge of Beaconsfield. 28 minutes gone, so half-time is imminent. Sharp does the old Matthew Lloyd, throws the grass up in the air. He's getting some advice there from the Beaconsfield crowd just over the fence.
He can't afford to do the boomerang or run off his line here.
So, yeah, the siren's gone, so there's no play on call here. He kicked it on the right. It's going to go to the top of the goal square, get punched back into play. And that is the end of the second quarter. We've got a Division 1 elimination final on our hands here at Tormore Reserve. Beaconsfield 4-3-27, North Ringwood 6-5-41. Let's go to Gav Casey for the goal kickers.
It's all single goal kickers for North Ringwood, the leaders at half-time. Cullinan, Sharp, Fenton, Stubbs, Livingstone and Braunfell. And 2 goals for Beaconsfield's Coe, Ruck and forward, and Bruff has also kicked 2 goals. So they're 4 goals coming from 2 players. Half-time here, EFNL Division 1 elimination final. It's Beaconsfield 4-3-27, trailing North Ringwood 6-5-41. Keep it locked to Facebook, YouTube or Radio Eastern 98.1 because soon we'll be back for half-time wrap of the game so far, and then second half will be not long away from us. Stay tuned.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to the halftime show for the Eastland Match of the Round, live here from Tormore Reserve Division 1 elimination final, and it's North Ringwood 6-5-41 that lead Beaconsfield 4-3-27. Josh Ward here alongside Ryan Long, Blake Tennant and Scott Hardy. Blake, Scott, down on ground level for this contest. What have you made of it from down there?
It's warm. I'm just sipping some water, and I'm liking the space, the crowd environment, the heat of it, and the heat of battle. But no, look, it's an interesting game. I'm pleased to see Beaconsfield compose themselves. Obviously, at that quarter break, I was with Mick Fogerty. He spoke really, really well. Like, you listen to him talk, and you're like, yeah, I'm here to play, and I want to win for you, because he was very animated but passionate, obviously, about what was transpiring, and obviously it was that North Ringwood running faster over the ground.
Yeah, it's good. Interesting game as we speak as well, but just a couple costly errors that Beaconsfield have done. Like, Ray and Brush said it really well, but just not taking their chances at the moment, Beaconsfield, and their opportunities, because there was 2 players on their attacking forward 50 and they stuffed the kick up, and it's just going to cost that really badly. Like, if they lose today, they'll look after that and see that kick there that they just they just couldn't execute that opportunity.
Is that sort of just the inside 50 work? I mean, they had a lot more of the footy that quarter and evened up in the middle, but their ball use, I mean, a lot of times they've been going to that right pocket, and we've watched a few games at Tormore this year, and it's very tough to hit goals from out there. So, I mean, percentage plays, I mean, that kick, there was a set shot that could have been lining up. It was probably a little bit further out, but it's a much easier shot on goal due to the angle. So, I mean, you try and change a few of those sort of things up, and it's potentially a closer game.
Yeah, just as well, like we all saw with that 450 end-to-end stuff there, but how good was North Ringwood's execution to get it out of there? And they got a goal through Stubbs there, which was magnificent, because Beaconsfield had 2 numbers to North Ringwood. I don't think anyone was in the goal square but the full back in the outside there. But Harry Flynn, just the way he had the determination to get that ball moving forward and to hit up Stars was just incredible.
And I don't know if you can sort of see it from up here, boys, but down on ground level, once North Ringwood get it and they have that overlap to go back, it's sort of like a stampede. Everyone's trying to barrel back, and there's some real good foot races on it at the moment. One that I've sort of been mindful of is Samuel Merrick for Beaconsfield. He's got a match up there and just sort of trying to run back with his opposing player, and he's really feeling the heat at the moment.
And one thing I've noticed about North Ringwood as well, unlike Beaconsfield, they've been using that far side, which is, I feel like that's somewhat helped their transition. But yeah, it's been on full display as that transition, whereas Beaconsfield, they haven't really been able to transition the ball well. But some good performances from Beaconsfield, particularly in that second quarter. Harrison Coe, he's going to play a key role in that second half, whether that be up forward. He can be much like Cullinan in that North Ringwood forward line and be a point of difference, be that bigger body, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely, and something we talked about in the pre-game of what they're going to do up forward without Johnson there, without Jafar Ocker there, Bowd's out of the side at the moment as well. So obviously they've got to find goals from elsewhere. And Coe's just such a big body. He can go in the ruck. But, I mean, as you saw, that was a really strong mark up forward to put them back into this game before half-time. So obviously a player like that is going to be very vital in the second half.
And just a good one as well. We've got to send a message out to the 2 players that had that nasty collision as well just before, as we do with number Liam Taylor and, of course, Michael Misso. It'll be interesting to see if those 2 will play on. They'll, of course, have the right assessments and all that to go forward. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they'll be playing or taking part after half-time.
Definitely will be. What do you want to see more from Beaconsfield in the second half? I think they need to start taking advantage of more of those opportunities and not dish it and not make the mistakes they did earlier on.
Just that I wanted to see that controlling footy and slow the tempo, because if they keep running on their way back the way they are, they're going to burn out by the time it gets to the fourth quarter. They need to close the gap, obviously, as well. So they need to find those scoring options and probably not just solely rely on Coe.
And just a quick one as well. Just they've got to take their opportunities a bit more. Beaconsfield, North Ringwood's ball movement has just been through the charts at the moment. They're using the ball really well. Josh, you touched on it really well. They're using that far wing down there really nicely. And to me, I said at the start of the day, I think North Ringwood can win this. It's just, again, that the story that's been going on for Beaconsfield now for probably about 2, maybe 3 weeks before Ocker came out of the side due to an ankle injury, and no Johnson. It's just killing them at the moment. And no, of course, Jesse Boyd, is it? I'm pretty sure that's his name. He's out too. So a couple of big outs there for Beaconsfield, and they're just not scoring enough.
I mean, they've got options. Hayden Bro and Anko have kicked the 2 goals each, but maybe do you throw Brandon White up in that forward line?
We might have to, because they need to get more scores.
And more chat as well. It's quiet on the ground.
Is that from both sides or just
both sides? But obviously North Ringwood can afford that because they're up. But I think we obviously spoke about that a little bit in length in between that sort of confusion between Mounter and Misso. That's not just one option, but it's going throughout the whole game. It seems fairly quiet from from a ground perspective, and I'd like a bit more chat from them, a little bit more leadership, and I think they would maintain sort of or get back a little bit momentum on their side.
And can North Ringwood keep what they're doing up in this second half?
I think so, but looking at that second quarter, Beaconsfield certainly got back into the contest, and you look even for a North Ringwood perspective, we talked about Beaconsfield missing opportunities. North Ringwood probably could have been an extra 1 or 2 goals up at quarter time. They miss a couple set shots. So them themselves, I mean, who takes their chances in this third quarter will decide, where this game goes.
And that's what it will be for North Ringwood. If they can just say, we're going to just take a risk, see how it goes. Their footy, they're so quick, and, they're leaving Beaconsfield in the dust. So if they can back themselves, they'll probably get the win.
We're going to go to a break shortly. Just quickly, some scores around the grounds. Heathmont 68 to Mulgrave 36. Oakley District 25 to Sylvan 16 at half time, and Churnside Park 27 to Scoresby 26. We're going to go to a break here. When we return, we'll bring you the second half of action out here in the Eastland match of the round between Beaconsfield and North Ringwood.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half-time sees North Ringwood 6-5-41 leading Beaconsfield, who came back into it a little bit in the second quarter, 4-3-27. And Ray Baird, what was your surmisation on the first half?
Well, on the first quarter, both sides took a while to settle down, but North Ringwood then finished it off with some goals down at the right-hand end of the ground. But then in that second quarter, Mick Fogerty gave them a rev up, and they were a lot better. They started getting big co in the rucks, knocking the ball, and they were winning clearances. And they if they'd have been accurate, they missed a few goals in there, they would have been a lot closer. But they're in this game, without a doubt. All
right, thank you, Ray, and let's get back to the call team, Gav Casey and Jared Beanland for the big second half here.
And so the ball held aloft by the umpire. Siren sounds. Second half action in this elimination final. Beaconsfield and North Ringwood. Up goes Jackson, up goes Coe. Bounces to Whelan, gets the handball away. Flynn was the target. Tackled by Stoko, and White will end up with it. Gets it out to a teammate, I think in McPherson. He was tackled instantly by Meikle, and down they go. Let's go to the boundary line with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just a quick one about Taylor from North Ringwood. He's getting assessed by doctors right now. The doctors said he'll be assessed in about 10 minutes' time. So I'll give you a bit...
Sorry, Blake. Quick inside forward 50 for North Ringwood. Pays off. They get the first of the second half, in fact. We'll just quickly look at the replay to figure out exactly who that was, and it was Fenton. Thank you, Brash.
Number 14.
Number 14. No, that's Livingston.
Yep.
All over the shop with that one, but that is all good. He kicks his second goal. 10th for the season, Ben Livingston. Big raps from Rob Nahas. Last time we saw North Ringwood. And let's go back down to the boundary line with Blake Tennant.
So he'll be assessed by the club doctors in 10 minutes' time, and then they'll assess if he's going to come back onto the ground.
Any word on Michael Misso, the other man in that clash?
Yeah, Misso's all clear. Just spoke to a Beaconsfield trainer then, so he's all clear to run on.
Not the start that Beaconsfield wanted, but what they'll learn, you can kick goals from that centre-half forward position down that right-hand side.
Jackson versus Coe, and it's now Whelan getting the ball out for North Ringwood. Another attack, bounces off the chest of Cullinan. Ground level ball. North Ringwood trying to get another score on the board in the third term, but Beaconsfield hold them up 20 metres out from goal.
Can't afford to concede another one early here, Ray.
No, if they do, all their good work's been for nothing.
Coe joins Cullinan. Coe wins the tap down, but again, another tackle applied, so there's not much room to move when on the ball, and handing it over is McPherson to the umpire. Beaconsfield in defence. No one goes to ruck contest, so Coe on the bounce like a tennis forehand, just whacks it out of his defence, and now the pack just follows the ball, and 10 metres in advance, they create another pack with McPherson again, handing it over to the umpire. So maybe the ruckman will think about getting involved in this ball up, and Coe again slaps it forward. This time it's a volleyball spike, and it goes 20 metres forward, and it's out of bounds. So this is an exciting development of the game where we're just punching it forward.
It's better to punch it forward than to punch each other.
Yes, potentially. That's not what we're here for. Coe versus Jackson again. Coe just goes for a small punch, down goes under his feet. Ground level ball not clearly won by either side. And again, it's another ball up as Flynn's wrapped up in a tackle. So this time the North Ringwood player hands it over to the umpire. Ball up outer side of Tormore Reserve. First goal of the quarter goes to North Ringwood. They expand on their half-time lead and lead 47-27. Another ball up. We haven't broken clear of this congestion around the ball ups. Coe again dominating with his height. Just brings it to ground level. Again, no possession one for either side, and it's out of bounds. So just to see where the scoreboard lies, it's 7-5-47. North Ringwood leading Beaconsfield 4-3-27. 3.5 minutes gone, third term. Apart from that great goal, it's been contest after contest, ruck contest. And now the ball finally gets cleared of the congestion, but the umpire's sick of this, and it was a free kick, and North Ringwood will get it, and Nahas will get himself on the board, hand it over his teammate in Whelan. Whelan just floats the ball into the forward line. Has he got a leading option? Doesn't appear to be so, and the defence just knock it out and out of bounds. So that's been an uneventful minute of football, but it's been out of side, close to the boundary line. 4 minutes in, North Ringwood leading by 20.
I'll tell you what, boys, we've been blessed by the weather gods today. You know, there's not a lot of wind, beautiful sunshine day to play finals.
So tap down from that contest finds Brandon White wrapped up. Another stoppage. Of course, if you missed it, Liam Taylor off the ground, probably out of the game by the looks of it. Unfortunate stuff for North Ringwood after a head clash with Michael Misso, who should be good to go. It was Silko from that contest. Gets the handball out in front of McPherson. McKinder's going to challenge here. Knocked over by O'Donnell. Handball back into the centre there. And we've got a ball up.
Brash, I think that's one of the differences we just saw then. They're not hitting their targets. They had players on the run then, and the ball carrier couldn't hit the target.
Just a wide swing by Schultz in the ruck contest, infringed upon Jackson. So
He's a big boy, isn't he, Jackson?
He's definitely been holding his own pretty well against Coe. As good as Coe has been, Jackson has been going with him. So Sharp kicks it inside forward 50. Good punch over the top there for Beaconsfield. I believe that was Curran. And Beaconsfield, well, the kick was smothered from McPherson, and it'll be a throw-in there. 5 minutes, 20 gone in this second quarter. Beaconsfield 4-3-27.
This is sort of the way I'm thinking the game started to pan out. It's starting to be a real dour struggle here.
Yeah.
Despite the really lovely conditions here at Tormore Reserve, it is a bit of a tight contest. Meikle was the one with the ball there as it goes over the boundary line on that outer side. The beautiful Dandenong Rangers in the background. Can't see it on the screen at the moment because we do have that narrow shot, but Jackson taps it down. Coe gets the handball out, and I think it was Smith bouncing a ball there towards Wasilko, gets the handball out in front, and once again, they don't hit the target with their handballs here. And North Ringwood's pressure should be credited a little bit there as well, because they've done this well. Bit of territory gain for Beaconsfield as the ball's going to come back in once more. Wasilko this time, well, he doesn't actually make it to the contest, so Jackson just takes it out of the ruck. Coe was the one standing in the hole back there. Wears a bit of a hit there, and he's down for the count a little bit. He's looking sore. Meanwhile, the ball has gone over the boundary line once more. And Coe looks like he's going to be all right to get up and contest this ruck duel, this time against Cullinan. Tense stuff here at Tormore Reserve. We're just waiting for things to break open a little bit. There was a tackle laid by Smith on Fenton, and it looks like it might have been a block in the ruck contest there against Cullinan. So Coe gets the handball away. Brendan White. Big kick onto the wing. Up they go. And the ball is still in dispute there. Aaron Fenton buries his way in. Tackled. Ball up.
I think the medical staff might want to just go out and have a bit of check on Coe there because he handballed the ball off and wasn't prepared to take the kick.
I was just thinking the same thing, Brash. He just wasn't with it, was he?
No.
So this time Schultz draws the free kick from the ruck contest, hands it off to Brandon White, the general of the half-back line for Beaconsfield. Sends it forward into the hands of Minchington. Just dropped it there, slapped it on there. Target was Mounter. He was tackled, got the ball away, but it was O'Donnell getting in the way of that handball. So Beaconsfield still gaining territory as they're turning this into a bit of an arm wrestle on the outer side.
Big advantage to Beaconsfield if they can score a goal now, because we've had it out on the outer wing for about 7 or 8 minutes and nothing's happened. If they could get a goal, it'd be a huge difference.
Jackson and Schultz. Schultz went to ground there. Jackson just took it out of the ruck contest, and the absence of Coe there at that ruck contest is pretty remarkable. So it was a bouncing ball into the centre of the ground. It was a contest there, Brough. Just couldn't quite pick it up there. Gets it off to Merrick. And Beaconsfield will go forward once again. Kick there. O'Donnell standing under it. He had to contest with Minchington. Ball falls to ground. Scooped up by North Ringwood. And Nahas is the recipient of the handball there from Jackson. Oh, the ball hit the ground there as the umpire saw it, and Braunthal was tackled. He thought he took the mark, and it's a bit of a scuffle here on. Braunthal's teammates didn't like the attention that he received there from the Eagles player. Yellow card. And who's that going to?
Nahas.
No, it's going to the coach, Nahas. He has a bit of a chuckle to himself.
I think he, as coach, I was just thinking that he was letting the umpire know that he wasn't happy with the decision.
I don't think North Ringwood understood that you're allowed to tackle if it's not paid a mark.
That's right. And the umpire was very quick to call play on.
Yeah. So I think the frustration was that it was a mark, and it was a very ferocious tackle, but it probably wasn't that dangerous.
No.
So I don't think it needed the reaction it got. And North Ringwood have paid the penalty for a bit of dissent there, and it comes from their leader. So can North Ringwood hold up as Mitchington gets his hand on it? His hand pass tried to fight with Silko, but it misses the target, so they're going to run it out. Or will they? Stubbs, as he tried to hand pass to a runner, got tackled, so he dropped the ball in effect. Well, hang on. The umpire from downfield has paid
the opposite way around.
Well, Stubbs is going to get the free kick when we all thought it was a drop ball holding the ball decision, but it isn't.
That handball by Minchington was a handball in hope, really.
So Stubbs goes out wide. It was wait and see for Meikle, but he does wait just in time to take the mark, and the defender who tried to spoil gets out of the contest. Flynn on the outer side. No mark take by Cullen, and he has to be there to apply the tackle. So it's still in the area for North Ringwood, but no clear possession one. So it was just as it opened up by Flynn, Cullen couldn't take the mark. Let's go boundary side, Blake.
Liam Taylor back on the ground.
We might have, I don't know how dangerous you want to get, but maybe you'll get a comment from Nahas about what happened.
No, don't be going there.
Don't go there?
No, don't go there.
There's the quick flying kick from North Ringwood, and they make the most of their opportunities from the rock contest. Quick hands out.
That was number 18,
Patterson was on the end of it, and he was quick to put it on the boot, and it's a goal against play again for North Ringwood.
It was a great smother laid by Patterson and just took it from that as well.
So Patterson gets the goal and now leaping out to a 8 goals, 5, 53, 26-point lead for North Ringwood as Beaconsfield 4-3, 27. And just when they get an entry, they score from at North Ringwood. That's the opposite to what Beaconsfield do.
Yep. So for 8 minutes, Beaconsfield had the ball on their terms. 2 quick turnovers and they've conceded a goal.
Yep. Let's go to the boundary line with Scott Hardy.
Quickly, Michael Misso is back on.
That's good news for Beaconsfield there. As the ruck contest in the middle, 0-0 draw once more. And that was Jordan Milne at the bottom of that. So Coe, who's back in action after looking a little sore earlier, gets it to Wasilko. Wasilko kick around the corner, but at centre-half back, good mark taken by Dylan Van Unen. So North Ringwood to go forward again. Bouncing ball out in front of Flynn. He's got a challenger there in McPherson. Handballs it out into space. The man there was Meikle. Kicks it back into the corridor for Shepherd. It was punched away from him. Beaconsfield to try and pounce, but Jaden Van Unen got in the way of that. Tyler Stoker read his handball well. Needs Godke. Got the kick out. Misso back onto the ground. Didn't take the mark there. It fell to ground before he got it. And it's a ball up. Boundary line with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, the North Ringwood trainers got a lot of workload to do now. Jack Whelan has just hobbled off the ground. So a bit of work to do from the North Ringwood training point of view.
So opportunity there for for Beaconsfield to get on top of the clearances without Whelan there. They did that time. Mark taken by Mounter on the inner side. Just, his kick, he tried to do a careful one into the corridor. It was smothered, but Beaconsfield will win out regardless. Schultz is the target inside forward 50, went one-handed, and it's all North Ringwood there. Payne gets the relieving kick out. Mark taken by that man, Taylor, back onto the ground. First touch since that head clash. Jaden Van Unen just got the one hand to it, but Beaconsfield have the numbers. Trent Stoker, he overran the ball there, and it's North Ringwood's opportunity now to take. Stubbs to Braunthal, now to Flynn, takes a bounce, he's in space, and it looks like a free kick's been drawn out in the forward line for North Ringwood, or is it just going to go back there to Flynn?
Boys.
A holding free kick, thank you very much, Blake, for that one. And
Sharp,
it's going to go the way of... Oh, it's going to go against Sharp, and it's going to go to Trent Stocko.
Okay.
So Beaconsfield a bit of a let-off there because North Ringwood are out.
Do we sound confused?
I'm as confused as what you are there.
Oh, dear. So Trent Stocko is also looking a little perplexed in terms of who to kick it to. So he goes down the line. Jackson was there, but it was Joel Nathan. Took it off hands. Now got it to Taylor. Careful kick inside the corridor. He found Fenton. Good handball there. Shares it round. Fenton from the arc. Kicks it to the top of the goal square, but he's going to draw the kick. The free kick. The mark was taken in the goal square. Who's going to take the advantage?
I think the goal will be paid.
The scuffle is on.
And there could be a report made.
So it's going to Patterson just kick the goal in the absence of anyone caring.
But he marked the initial kick behind the goal line, so it was already a goal, Gav.
It's got to be it. Oh, it was behind the goal line.
I would say so.
So Fenton's down on the ground. The fight is, the sparks are really flying. Closer to the action is Scott Hardy. He can tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so late hit by Trent Stocko, and that's flattened the North Ringwood player, and that's obviously where the responses come from.
And who got the goal, Scott? Because I reckon that was marked before the line.
33.
Or was that Fenton kicking the goal?
Yeah, Fenton.
It went over the line?
Yeah, it was.
Red card.
We'll see.
Red card. Red card to Trent Stocko, I would imagine.
That's correct. That's correct, Jared.
And that is huge because he's one of their better ball movers, and he will not be taking part in the game anymore. That is...
Let's just say that was one of the goals of the year, may we say, before the bump. So let's just ignore the bump for a second.
Yep.
That running play by Fenton and the goal was fantastic. Let's go boundary side.
Geez, more North Ringwood carnage during the injury front here. Harry Flynn has just come off the ground hobbling. So, and then now, so bit of injury news with North Ringwood. I'll get back to you shortly.
It is a war out there, a war of attrition.
That really, really stung, that one with Fenton. Jeez.
He's looking...
Oh, he's looking like...
Oh, he doesn't know where he is at this point, which is really unfortunate. He's probably going to forget that incredible goal.
I don't want to harp on it, but the goal umpires are checking. What happened?
No, the field umpire's gone down. I'll guarantee it's a goal from the kick after he got... Before he got flattened.
The goal umpire is saying it was either marked in front of the line or a clear goal.
No, I think you'll find it's a clear goal.
Let's see what they're conversing down
They're talking about the line because, Ray, I'm not sure you're correct here. They might have to
It's a goal.
Yeah, it's a goal either way. But who's getting the credit?
I think it was the one who got flattened, Fenton.
Let's see.
I would say it was Fenton.
Okay, so...
We might have a mark on the line shot at goal again. Or are they playing... No. Or is this a talk about was the goal conceded?
Yeah, the goal was kicked. I'll guarantee it.
And do they get a free kick in the centre now?
Possibly.
No, it was a goal to Fenton. I'll guarantee you.
Yep, let's look it on the replay. Yep. It's gone over the line. Yep, that's fine. That's a goal. Yep. Now what's going to happen in the middle of the ground? Red card to Stoko. And then what happens next?
Just a ball up, Kev, I think.
Yeah, no extra shot on goal there.
No.
Okay.
Because I think if it was a free kick, it would have been from the actual bump rather than from the centre circle.
Now they're down to 3 rotations.
Boundary, boys.
Let's go boundary side. They were right behind it. Blake, what did you see?
Yeah, so of course there was just the end blow, of course, there. But just more injury news. Harry Flynn has just come onto the ground, so he's back on at the moment. He's probably been North Ringwood's one of their best players today, so big in there for North Ringwood.
So Fenton, big action there with his second goal, and they'll get it out of the middle again, but the umpire's blowing a whistle, and the player's a bit gun-shy to react because it's a hot-tempered one. So it's White getting the free kick, back of the square, goes out wide, leading option will be nicely hit up. So it's in the hands of Misso. Misso goes short, but he pinpoints his opposition in Van Oonen. So I'm not sure who he was hoping for, but Van Oonen was standing on the spot, takes the mark, defensive arc, 50 metres, and he'll survey his options. Goes, hooks it with a nice around the corner kick, and like Suckling, and nice mark taken by Patterson. So Patterson, long, high and up and under. He's just hoping a player gets there with that kick. And now it's the hand pass, quickly gets on. And now Stubbs has got it forward flank and misses to the right. And they're getting the overlap and the extra runner on the gun side. And then the miss to the right side with the acute angle. But they're up and running, North Ringwood, 9-6-60, now leading by 33 points. This will be a long quarter, 18 minutes gone in the third, but there's been a lot of stops in this quarter for the events that we've had to see.
So Beaconsfield from that kick in, it's just been punched over the line. 3-0 in this third quarter for North Ringwood. They're really taking control of this match.
They just can't get it past half forward, Beaconsfield. If they can't do that, they're not going to win this game of footy.
And when they do, they can't find a target inside 50. And I think it must be stated they're missing quite a few forwards that they're just not used to not seeing. And Ocker, Johnson, and of course Bowd as well out of this game. So Harris is trying to fight for it, battle his way through. He goes again, does Harris. There was only one ending to that though, and that's going to be in the umpire's hands.
You can say this, at least both sides are playing like there's no tomorrow though.
Yeah.
Because for one of them, there will be no tomorrow, not in 2023. Harris lays the tackle. And another ball up there. So that was O'Donnell who wore that tackle. Jackson versus Schultz. Bring it straight down to Povey. His kick was smothered. Another ball up. So interesting stuff here. Rotations have taken a bit of a hit for both teams. Of course, Robbie Nahas got a yellow card before. Trent Stoko got a red card before. And Aaron Fenton off the ground. Huge tackle. Good gang tackle there on Tyler Stoko. And it looks like he's actually drawn the free kick from that.
Pushing the back.
Pushing the back there, and I think Joel Nathan was the infringer. So down the line we go, over the wing. What can Beaconsfield do with this? Well, standing in the hole was Payne. It just came off his hands. Whelan, who's back on the ground now. Got it to a teammate. Round the corner they go. Jaden Van Union was the target. It's going to bounce out of his hands and over the line. We're into time on, but it is going to be a long quarter. I'd estimate, what do you reckon, Brash? Maybe another 10 plus minutes in this one?
I think 28.
28, you reckon?
Yeah, 28.
We'll see if that rings true. 4-3-27 to 9-6-60. North Ringwood very much in control of this game. Jaden Van Union gets the kick out. One-on-one contest there. It was well worked there by Nate Skodka in the Battle of the 16s. But Law got his revenge and took him over the line. Another boundary throw in. It's really become a bit of an arm wrestle here, as both teams may be a little shell-shocked by the events that have transpired. Good tackling by Beaconsfield. Let's go to the boundary line real quick to Blake.
Yeah, just got some more injury news for North Ringwood. Aaron Fenton ruled out of the game, so after that heavy collision, so he's out of the game.
That is very disappointing for him, because it was a spectacular goal he kicked there. North Ringwood on the clearance here. Nathan just juggled it to a teammate in Shepherd. Got it out there to Povey. Shepherd once again goes forward. The kick goes up. The Flyers go up. And waiting at ground level was Livingston. Lays the tackle. And Beaconsfield will wrap it up there. Another ball up in North Ringwood's forward line. Good punch forward there by Schultz. And Beaconsfield to try and capitalise. It's now in the hands of McPherson. Little kick there out. Now it's Brough. Brough trying to find the corridor there. That's an aggressive option, because they are exposed if they don't win possession. And they do. Forward they go through the hands of Harris. It's going to be a bouncing ball into the goal square. The ball wasn't travelling fast enough for it to go through, and Payne was the relief for North Ringwood. He kicked it to a nest of 3 Eagles, however. Johnston was one of them. Took the mark. Let's see if they can go forward. It's just skewed off the side of his boot. That was a terrible option going forward there for the Eagles. Whelan will share it now with Sharp. Gets the handball over the top to Whelan. Gets the handball out in front of Braunthal. He's going to run onto it. Met with a bit of a challenge. Sharp was there to help out. And now back to Whelan. Just at the corner of the square. And he's going to send it forward into the corridor. They've owned it well, but this time it's Johnston to take the mark. He hands it off. And Beaconsfield to go forward once again. Now into the hands of Mounter. He's a little bit stuck there for options. Kicks it into the corridor. Johnston again. North Ringwood have dropped back really well. There is very few options by the looks of it. Just looking at the complexion of Johnston's face. And he's seen Brough there, and he was met heavily by Nathan, and it looks like it's going to be a front-on-contact free kick.
Actually, he's done all right, Brough, this afternoon. I think he's definitely in Beaconsfield's top 3.
Brash, I've just been watching. This is the very first time that Beaconsfield, coming forward to this end of the ground, have come to this pocket.
Yes.
Every other time they've gone to the corridor, turn the ball over. And if you can remember, if you've watched Baronia play football here, they always come to this pocket.
So Brough chipped it off to Brandon White to try and take command here for the Eagles. This will be their first goal of the quarter if he gets it. It's a high one. It's towards the top of the goal square, but he just bent it around the left goalpost, and the one behind for Beaconsfield attacking in vain at this point.
The other issue they've had all afternoon, Beaconsfield, is they've been forced wide when shooting for goal.
Yeah.
Hardly any shots in that 45-metre arc either side of the goals.
Sharp plays from the last line. His kick's a terrible one off the boot, falling over himself. His intended person there, and it's going to be Law couldn't get it moving, so it's going to be a ball up in the forward line of Beaconsfield. So we'll go boundary side while there's a stop in play.
Robbie Nahas has officially come back on the ground from his yellow card.
Basilko, good body work as a smaller player in the ruck contest, gets the tap down. Now they're trying to move it forward. The Eagles picking it up there was Misso. He just wheels himself out there, gets it to Mounter around the corner, and a goal out of nothing. Just some momentum, and Beaconsfield get a good goal. 5-4-34, trail by 26. And one thing that might aid their comeback is that the rotations will be in their favour for the last quarter and a bit. So maybe they can get some run going in this contest.
I don't know who's timing that Nahas off the field, because as I understand it, it's 15 minutes of game time. Now, I wrote down here, he went off at the 9-minute mark. He's back on at the 24-minute mark. Play was held up for a good 4 minutes. To my recollection, he should not be back on the ground till another 5 minutes.
Fair call.
Well, can we strip them of their points or something?
No, I'm just saying, if you've got to follow the rules of the game.
Well, true.
It's game time off the ground. 15 minutes game time.
So a bit of a blow there for Beaconsfield. Is out of the centre as a free kick to Jackson. He chips it to Stubbs. Inside to the pocket now. It was a bit of an aimless kick, and Valentine can run onto it. Gives a little tap there. Gets it back. That was good stuff. Working well with Smith. And a really good kick by Valentine finds Wasilko over the top. That was very, very clever. Up they go. Misso comes down with it, or doesn't come down with it, and Tyler Stocko has to see it over the boundary line as North Ringwood apply the clamps once more.
Gav, I think the rotations will work against Beaconsfield, with Stoko being off for the rest of the game. They're down to 3 rotations.
Yep. What's North Ringwood got, though?
Well,
3, I think. They're also
they're
3.
not down. Well, they've got 4 if they were fully fit.
Yeah. So North Ringwood from that stoppage.
My point is Fenton's off.
Yeah,
and they've got a couple other wobbly guys, haven't they?
Point taken.
Yeah, Fenton is off, but Sharp is back on the ground. It's not Sharp, sorry. It was Taylor that's back on the ground, and he's looking all right. So from this contest, Jackson slaps it down. Picked up by Smith. The inked up Devon Smith is capsized by a couple of North Ringwood players.
And with that red card, I believe that could be an automatic 2-week suspension.
So it was Trent Stoko who was red carded. Meanwhile, his brother Tyler seized it over the boundary line. Nearly 27 minutes gone in this third quarter. The elimination final, do or die stuff here. The Eagles are going to have to start to turn on the afterburners if they're to come back into this one and play Mitcham next week. Another stoppage. This is really starting to play into North Ringwood's favour, but this time Smith with the clearance. Kicks it out. Nahas was the man playing in front. He's tapping it to himself there, challenged by Mounter. Johnston now gathers, and he gets it to Misso. Smothered handball, and Nahas wears a high tackle. Nahas
didn't like that.
No, he didn't. Went the face there of Johnston. Let's go to the score centre. We haven't been there for a while with Josh Ward.
We haven't. Oakley District up 34-24, 19 minutes into the third against Sylvan.
Thank you very much for that. As Harris is the one with the clearance here, kicks it inside forward 50, goes to that pocket that we were talking about before. But it's all well and good to go for that pocket, but there actually needs to be someone there. So it goes over the boundary line.
They need to score here, Beaconsfield. Yeah. They have to score.
Let's see if they can get a clearance score like they did last time. Out of the clearance there, it was Coe. He got it down to a teammate there, but he was set upon immediately by a couple of Saints. That teammate being Devon Smith. The ball up, this one will happen a little closer to the pocket here. North Ringwood defending. Cullinan slaps it down. Sharp with the clearance there. Relieving kick, running onto it. However, Beaconsfield, they've got a couple of teammates. And this is Mowat. Gets the kick towards the pack there. Spoiled over the top by Nathan, but it's McKinder. Oh, gee, he completely fluffed that handball. And Taylor paddling it in front of himself. They got the speed, the legs, the run here, the dash. Meikle received the handball. Handball's out in front of himself. It's only going to be picked up by Tyler Stoko there. And over the heads of the marking contest, that kick goes over the boundary line. Yet another stoppage, 29 minutes gone.
Another opportunity gone wasted there for Beaconsfield in that forward 54,
So Beaconsfield would like a score before they go to what is appearing to be the scoring end. There's no wind advantage, but going to the Baronia Road end is the scoring end today at least. Beaconsfield trying to go against that traffic. Can't get the clear. Whelan gets in the way, but he gets taken down in a tackle, and it's close to the outer side boundary. As time ticks away for the third term, 29.5 minutes gone. We've had a lot of time on because of stoppages, be it injury, be it send-off confusion. Now the kick cleared for North Ringwood as they go forward. 2 bounces at it. Patterson couldn't take the mark. The defender tries to come through. Nice sweeping hand pass out there by Smith. He's now getting it forward. Beaconsfield. Mark taken there nicely, and leading up is Minchington. He's still 60 metres out on the boundary line. Gets it in the board. There's two to look at it. And nice mark taken by Mounter, 40 metres out. And this is going to be one of the last shots at goal for the quarter. And in fact, it will be, because it has to be. The siren has gone. Mounter will have a shot from 40 metres out, from directly in front, and he's pacing it out like a surveyor. He's now marked the turf at 50. He's got a set routine that he wants to kick it from just inside the arc, and he's taken the steps like he's just about to set his motion in like he's at Lord's, and he's going to be kicking the... well, we'll stop the analogy there, but it's Mounter who's going to have a shot at goal. And this is going to be important, because it's either a 26-point margin at three-quarter time, or it could be 20 points with a straight kick from 50. Beaconsfield really need this. They want to be within 20. Three-quarter time it is. Last kick of the quarter. It's long enough, is it? It's straight, but it drops short, and the Saints punch it away, and no score conceded. Beaconsfield trail by 26 at three-quarter time. Let's look at that 31-minute quarter. It's North Ringwood at three-quarter time. 9-6-60 leading Beaconsfield. 5-4-34. Major goal kickers before we go to the break. For the leaders, North Ringwood, Livingston has got 2, so too does Fenton. He got hit after his second goal and will play no part in the contest. For Beaconsfield, 2 goals to Coe and 2 goals to Brough as major goal kickers. It's three-quarter time in the elimination final Division 1 of the EFNL. It's North Ringwood leading by 26. You're listening to Radio Eastern 98.1, Facebook and YouTube watching. Stay tuned for an exciting last term.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. North Ringwood 9-6-60 hold a handy 26-point lead over Beaconsfield here at three-quarter time. 5-4-34 at Tormore Reserve. Let's go to Josh Ward and the scores update. What have we got there, Josh?
In second division at Walker Park, Heathmont holding their handy advantage 13-8-86 to Mulgrave 7-8-50. That's into the third quarter out there. Last check from Sylvan and Oakley District. Oakley District up 34-24, 19 minutes into the third. And East Ringwood Reserve, Churnside Park have started to move away from Scoresby. They're 7-8-50, Scoresby 5-7-37. So could be on track for victories. We cross down to Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, g'day. Just got a Rob Nahas here. Robbie, you touched on it well. You don't want this journey to end. We'll keep walking, mate. You don't want this journey to end. How are the boys? You pumped them up really well. Talk about that, mate.
Yeah, we just understand what sort of got us in this position to be, 24, 25 points up. So we just got to continue playing the way we have been playing, being brave with the footy, and obviously our defensive setup has been extremely good today. But our contest work's been great, so if we continue that, we'll be all right.
Yeah, just a couple injury niggles as well. Harry Flynn as well, he had a niggle as well, and also you've lost Aaron Fenton. So a couple soldiers down. This will be a big performance in the last quarter for you guys.
Yeah, I'm not too happy about the hit. I think it was a bit late, and hopefully that gets looked at and taken care of. So we know that we're a couple down and a couple of good plays down as well. So we've got to really, really lift for those boys.
No worries, Robbie. All the best for the game.
Thanks, Blake.
Thank you very much. Josh finishes his mouthful.
That's good.
Oh dear. Let's have a look
I've
at.
just committed the Cardinals.
Gents, is there any way for Beaconsfield to get back into this? Because they're leaving their run very late.
Well, look.
Let's actually go to Scott Hardy real quick on the boundary line.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Just I was over at the huddle at Beaconsfield with Mick Fogerty. He was just saying that he wants the side just to play on at all opportunities. Feels like they haven't really fired a shot, and he wants them to stand up and give themselves a chance in this last quarter.
Thanks very much, Scotty and Josh Ward in the score centre. What have you got for us for the elimination finals around the ground?
Three-quarter time at Jubilee Park. Oakley District 6-4-40 leads Sylvan 3-7-25.
Well, that could be a big.
That's massive
for Sylvan.
Definitely could be a big upset there.
Same scoring shots, they just haven't been accurate of Sylvan. That might come back to haunt them.
That is quite disappointing, as we're waiting a little bit for play to start. Any hope for Beaconsfield, guys?
Look, well, they've got to kick the first goal. And look, they are kicking to the scoring end, but look, there's always a chance.
So Gav Casey to get us underway for this final quarter.
They're playing from behind Beaconsfield, but they're going to the scoring end of Baronia Road. Nearly the clearance there for Stubbs, but North Ringwood have been repelled by White. White going out of side on the bounce, finds his teammate. Hand pass inboard, couldn't find Smith on the run. They're still getting their hands on the ball. Beaconsfield, now the long ball in. Underneath it's Bruff, but he's beaten in the marking contest by his opponent. And he just got underneath it, did Bruff. He's not a high flyer, so it's in the hands of Payne. Payne goes long out of defence, but it's now been marked by Beaconsfield's big player in White. White getting himself involved more often. Now the long ball, hoping for a high mark. Outnumbered severely was the intended in Co. But no push out, says the umpire, close to the marker. But the one downfield said it was. Yeah. So really, the one that was underneath the contest said nothing to see here. But down the field from a different perspective, the second umpire comes in and says it's a push on Co. And when you consider there was 5 Saints around one player, it seems unnecessary. Yeah. But this could be the goal that gets some life into this game. Co, who kicked the goal in the second term.
He kicked two in the
second term. Yep. But he's knowing how to spear the ball into this, straight in front. It's a very deliberate walk in towards goal. This will close the gap to 20. He gets underneath it. He gets it straight, though, and it's a goal to Beaconsfield. Are they back into this contest? It's only 20 points the difference. They're at the scoring end, Beaconsfield. They move on to 6-4-40. trailing North Ringwood 9-6-60, 2 minutes into this fourth quarter.
It's the start of the quarter that Beaconsfield wanted, but look, it's a huge job in front of them. They've still got 20 points to get in front, but look, it's a start.
I do like Co pushing forward for their lack of forward options. And I think that's going to need to be a consistent thing they do here, Beaconsfield, if they want to be more efficient going inside forward 50. Up they go. Co, who just kicked that goal, contesting the ruck contest. Johnston took the ball, tackled. 20-point lead here for North Ringwood. Is it going to be a case of them holding on? Co just slaps it forward. The contest there involves Nahas. Wasilko was tackled out of it. Mounter's in there, and Whelan trying to bust his way through as he does so often, but this time tackled by Smith.
He's trying hard, Mounted. He's really launched himself in this second half. He's really trying to become a point of difference.
Interesting to see Schultz taking that ruck contest. I think that might mean Coe's pushed forward. But North Ringwood got the clearance. Brandon White will clean it up for Beaconsfield. Gets the kick down the line, but it's intercepted by Robbie Nahas, the general, the leader, the coach. Searching for options. A little chip, as he does so often this time. Jaden Van Unen.
They haven't woken up, have they, Ray, Beaconsfield?
No.
So they've kicked it towards the wing, did Van Unen. It was went over the top of the marking contest. Jackson got the handball there. O'Donnell just fumbled. Sorry, Nathan just fumbled it. And it's going to be a ball up there. Eagles had numbers all around Joel Nathan there. Couldn't make the most of it, however. Just the stoppage. Schultz went up, got the tap down, but running onto it was O'Donnell. And now scooped up here by Livingston. Gets the kick inside forward 50. One-on-one contest. Cullinan's going to have to be agile here because he's against three, and Valentine was one of them. Gets the handball out to the other side. Curran finds Godka. Godka just stepping back a little bit to see if he's got any options. He found Johnston. Handball forward onto the wing to McKinder. Now to Smith. Smith gets the handball back out here to Johnston. Steps around Sharp. He's a little indecisive there. Had Brandon White as an option. He went forward with a handball to McKinder. But once again, they fluffed that line, and Nahas challenged, and it wasn't particularly difficult because the handball was way off target.
Yep.
But, Jared, they could have kicked it forward, but they decided against it because there's no one tall enough for them to be confident in that they'll mark it. So they want to run it, but the North Ringwood are corralling them on the outer side. So smart play by North Ringwood, whereas Beaconsfield, they've got possession, but they're really gun-shy about going forward.
Yeah.
And they've missed so many targets even when they've had open play. So that's probably why as well. The psyche's been dented by their missed opportunities. They trail by 22 Beaconsfield, but they've got another opportunity to go forward as they get a free kick in the contest. So looking at options. It'll be a spearing ball into Co. He looks like the most lively option. It goes over his head. The tackle flies in, and Beaconsfield, at least they're going to trap it inside 50 with a tackle. So Co looks like the option, but that one was too high for him to go at as the hit-up option.
Well done again by Bruff. He's really worked hard in that forward 50 this afternoon.
Wasilko gets onto it. Hand passes it White. White hooks it on the left. High and up and under. Hasn't got the journey. But on the bounce, does it go through? It misses to the left. Just as a forward option goes to Shepherd. Bounce of the ball eludes the goals for Beaconsfield. Minor score. It's now 19 the difference. 5 minutes into this fourth quarter.
Nahas finds Dylan Van Unen on the kick in there. Yet another short pass by Nahas, of course. Again, Beaconsfield just not reading those, as our special commentsmen have noted. Long ball there, but was Silko good in the contest there? The big man took the mark. And Beaconsfield press once again. Wasilko goes to centre half forward with that kick. Co comes over the top, couldn't quite take the mark. Waiting down was Taylor for North Ringwood. Gets the kick forward, and it's going to trickle over the boundary line once again. So a bit of a 0-0 draw from that. 6 minutes gone in this final quarter. Beaconsfield are going to be feeling the pressure now if they want to play the Tigers in the semi-final next week. 6-5-41 of the Eagles to the Saints. 9-6-60. Tap down. And straight into the hands of Whelan. He was wrapped up by Smith. I think Smith is doing a pretty good job on Whelan. Whelan hasn't had the influence that he did, especially against Bayswater when we saw North Ringwood a couple of weeks ago. Whelan wrapped up once again.
Yeah, they've sort of tied Jack Whelan up a little bit after quarter time, Beaconsfield.
So back into the ruck contest. Schultz now shouldering most of the load here against Jackson, and he's done well at just shunting it forward into the hands of Wasilko this time. Schultz is going to have to do well as their secondary option in the ruck, as their primary option. Coe seems to be their best option up forward. So throwing the magnets around. Jackson was able to win that one, but only as far as Devon Smith. Gets a looping handball out there. Finds a teammate. Stoko just lost it. And crashing through was Johnston. Good pressure there by North Ringwood. The kick out was smothered by a Beaconsfield player, and North Ringwood was able to retain possession anyway. They're sharing it through hands here. Joel Nathan's found some space here. Kicks it forward for North Ringwood. Bit of a spaced ball there. Livingston is going to try to kick it to the top of the goal square, and the mark's been taken, I believe, by Curran. Beaconsfield will work their way out here.
Bruff was the intended. He nicely waited for it, got the hands off it from the spilled mark, so his kick going forward was a touch finder in effect, and he might be happy with that because he only had one option up the ground in Wasilko, and he was surrounded by a few Saints. So nice reading of the play there by Bruff, just allowing his opponent to fly unintended and hoping he'd spill it, and he did. So North Ringwood just... again, good with the overlap and transition play. Couldn't get the score on the last one. Nahas, again, clever. Tries to kick it at the side. And Braunfeld was on the outer side, but it evades him and goes out of bounds. So it's still in the forward area for Beaconsfield. They're putting the pressure on with territory, but not with precise handling. As it's 50 metres out from the Eagles' goals. They trail by 19. 8 minutes gone, final term. Momentum is with the Eagles. But do they have the skill and precision to find a way to goal?
They need another goal here, Ray, just so they can get some more belief back into it.
So the ruck contest will be with the shortest Schultz gets over the top of Cullinan, who just stands up in the ruck contest. Wasilko again puts himself involved. Working through congestion is Johnston. Now they get it to Stoko. Was he wrapped up with a high tackle? No. He tried to go low, and so did the tackler, and it's holding the ball. Great free kick by Nahas. He was awake to what Stoko was trying to sell, and he holds him up. Nahas goes short. Again, he goes to Braunfeld, who takes the mark. He's got a couple of shorts, but he's just saying, let's settle it down and slow it down. This might be the best way to hold the lead. So Braunfeld goes long. He's got in good position Van Unen, but he's in back position. It does come out the back, so he runs onto it. He kicks it. His kick is smothered, so it's going to be a hotly contested ball. Going forward with it was Milne. He slides in the tackle. No over the shoulder, says the umpire. Johnstone being physically involved, and he wraps up Braunfeld on the wing, and now it's a hot contest for the ball.
And the crowds come to life as well.
I think they sense that even though Beaconsfield's on top, the lead's with North Ringwood, so it's intriguing in that way. One team trying to hold off the team that's got momentum, but they're not showing on the scoreboard this term apart from one goal, Beaconsfield, and that goal was to Coe as he got a free kick, luckily enough. So it's 19-point advantage for North Ringwood. It's forward and half forward for them. It's pavilion side here at Baronius Tormore Reserve. Elimination final. Beaconsfield trying to get out of defence. They're 19 points, the trailer, and it's going to be another ball up. Handing it over this time is Devon Smith, trying to get himself involved. Schultz again jumps over Cullinan. They all miss it, and I think that's because the umpire said Schultz got over the top of Cullinan. He allows Sharp to play on. He spears the ball in. Drop mark there by Livingstone. Allows the defence to get onto it. Hand pass over to McPherson. McPherson now will take a gallop. He's quick to kick it downfield. He sees Bruff in his peripheral, and he goes long to Bruff. Bruff's got a corridor kick. He finds it late. Spoil doesn't get Wasilko off the ball. The kick into the pocket. Didn't really have a hit up target there, and it's a turnover ball. So that's a bad kick by Wasilko inside 50 again. And now North Ringwood will take it all the way out of defence into their forward line. But the numbers set up a wall for Beaconsfield. So they'll have one more go at it. Where's this inside 50? Does it find a player? Stoko, one of the shorter players on the field, in between two, takes the mark 55. Got a lead up option, ignores that option, or he just doesn't doesn't hit it up properly, and Whelan finds himself taking the relieving mark. It's play on play to Sharp. Sharp's got a runner, so we'll keep going with this. Here's Braunfeld. He's going to be run down. He gets the kick on into the half-forward line. Late Livingston. He couldn't take the mark. It's now a big pack of players, and McPherson physically wraps up his opponent, and it is play on at all costs because they just... urgency with the pressure is forcing play on football. Again, Jackson goes against Schultz. Jackson wins the tap. Ground level ball rowed by Povey. He's wrapped up 40 metres from goal.
Let's go to the boundary line with Scott Hardy.
Just quickly, just for pleasing news, Fenton's come out of the rooms just to join his teammates on the bench.
That's good to know. It's good to know he's in good health there. And free kick's been picked out here. It's going to go the way of Beaconsfield. Devon Smith to take it. Nearly slipped over as he tried to play on quickly. They have the urgency, do they? The Beaconsfield players. Mounter was the target. He's going to try and find the ball out the back, but he's challenged by two North Ringwood players. It's all the Saints here. Van Noonan gets it off to Nathan. Nathan inside forward 50. Up goes Patterson. Couldn't quite take it down. In fact, it was Law. It was Patterson. He's taken down in the tackle, and it looks like it's going to be a...
Out of bounds.
Out of bounds. Okay, so we've got time now to go to Josh Ward in the score centre.
All locked up at East Ringwood Reserve, Churnside Park. Scores be 51 apiece.
So we could be heading into extra time there.
Once again in this final series.
Do the umpires get overtime?
So back into play as we have a bit of a lull in proceedings. Nearly 13 minutes gone here. Schultz goes high. He's battled well in this final quarter in the ruck. McKinder took the clearance. Good little tap there by Joel Nathan. Nearly winning it for himself. And free kick's been picked out here for a tackle. It's an infringement against North Ringwood. Beaconsfield to take it. Johnston searching for options. They're going to need to go quick here. Beaconsfield. Up they go. McKinder takes the mark out on the outer side. And he's going to look. Oh, he's got indecision on his mind there. Finds a handball target. Forward they go. To Beaconsfield. The kick into the pocket. Once again aimless. Dylan Van Noonan gathers it. Meikle, he's under pressure there. Was happy to let himself get dragged over the boundary line. And didn't like the attention there from Brough. Well, mate, you stood there and let yourself get tackled. I don't know what you expect. So back into play. And Coe goes up. The double fist up. Down to Johnston. And McKinder wrapped up. North Ringwood are playing the clamps here in the back line. Up we go again. Cullinan against the taller Coe. Coe just went up and basically took it out of there. Wasilko, kick towards the pocket. Up they go. Down they go as the ball's been spoiled over the boundary line. Nahas, he's worn one there.
Well, Minchington did a nice ride there.
Yeah.
Nearly a mini specky, but he only got about a foot off the ground.
So former AFL player on former AFL player action there. Minchington and Nahas. Up we go. Nearly taking it out of the ruck was Coe, but it looks like it's going to be North Ringwood to take the clearance. High ball. Good contest there. It's been scooped up now by Ward. Haven't called his name too much as he was tackled. And another ball up there at the junction of the arc and the boundary line. 14, nearly 15 minutes gone in this final quarter. Tap down by Law, finds Shepherd. Yet another ball up.
Their Achilles heel all afternoon, Beaconsfield. They have just not been able to get a clear ball out of the stoppages.
No, you're right, Brash.
I like Schultz just running at the ruck contest, and he's trying to push it forward. Stoko there was too close to the line and out of bounds, and he ran out of legs and he ran out of space, and it's out of bounds. So let's just capture the moment here. 15 minutes gone last term. North Ringwood stalled on their three-quarter time score of 9-6-60, leading Beaconsfield 6-5-41. We'll just see what the play before we go to Josh Ward for score centre. We'll see if this goes out of bounds again, or there's going to be play. No, it's out of bounds. We've got a quick moment.
Free kick.
North Ringwood. It's North Ringwood, so we'll go, as the defending seed, we'll go to the score centre around the grounds.
Well, no real progression in the Oakley District Sylvan game. 12 minutes into the last, the Oaks are up 42-26.
So what was that score again?
42-26, Oakley District leading.
Wow, that's a big effort. Considering they didn't win a game last year, and to go to...
and to defeat Sylvan, who comfortably defeated them 2 times this year already.
Yeah. So it's at half forward still Beaconsfield. They win the territory, but they're not getting shots on goal. So North Ringwood are happy to play out time as it approaches time on fourth quarter. Again, the wall setting up for Beaconsfield. It's probably why they don't have the players in the forward line. Here's the kick to 50. No mark taken for Beaconsfield. Letting it go away from him was Mounter. So North Ringwood repel through Whelan, who bounces on the ball. His kick goes to Livingston on his knee. He takes the mark. And as he gets up from his general effect, he goes to the corner. And, I'm sort of calling it like a corner flag because it was a touch finder and it's out of bounds in front of the scoreboard that reads North Ringwood happy with the scoreboard, 60-41, 16 minutes gone, fourth term.
Thank you for that, Gav. We've got a bit of a tense situation on our hands here, but Beaconsfield's time is slipping away. North Ringwood have 1 foot in the semi-final, I would say, at this point, especially with Beaconsfield not able to make the most of their presses forward as Damien Johnston sees the ball over the line once more. Good pressure by the Saints. And just to update, of course, it was Aaron Fenton off, most likely concussed from a hit there just as he kicked a goal. A spectacular goal it was. So they're down a rotation, and of course it was Trent Stoko who was red carded, so Beaconsfield also down a rotation. It looked like it was going to be a bit of a war of attrition in the third quarter, but things seem to have levelled out a little bit. There's a free kick picked out here for Beaconsfield, so they have another chance to go forward. As we wait for the ball to come back, North Ringwood will be able to set up their defences with Silko. We'll look for the corridor and then realise that there weren't options there. So he went the short option. Coming over the cross, over the top was Law. Made the contest, but it was picked up by Mowat. Got the handball away. Mowat had to follow up his own work. Little chip down the ground there. Tight roping the boundary line. Good mark now for Beaconsfield. He turns and goes. Inside forward 50 for the Eagles. And there's Coe. Takes the mark.
Go back and kick a goal. Goals are being kicked from there today.
And Harrison Coe. He looks like he's going to be the one-man band down forward for the Beaconsfield Eagles. He's kicked 3 already.
That was a very good mark, really.
It was under a lot of pressure, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So one hope here, one aim here for Beaconsfield. Keep hope alive. Harrison Coe marches in. Has he done it? No, he hasn't. He's sprayed it across the face, and it'll be out in the full.
Gee, one out can't help feel that might have been their last
That's
shot
the
at
last
title.
hurrah, yeah.
And North Ringwood will bring it back in through Payne.
So Payne, not in a hurry to bring the ball back in, but goes long down the line. Big men fly. Bruff at ground level just knocks it forward as he falls over. Hand pass forward to no one in particular. Chopping off with Shepherd, but he gets rapid in the tackle, and it's holding the ball. Another opportunity as we approach time on for Beaconsfield. Play on his goal, but no, is he calling advantage or it's touched? I'm confused because the play on ball went through the middle of the goals, but then the goal umpire said it was touched, and it's a minor score after all of that. So Beaconsfield again have mucked up a chance to get a score on the board. They are 6-6-42. They didn't get a major that time. North Ringwood are 9-6-60. It's 18 points of difference time on at last term.
So out we go. North Ringwood march it through the corridor. Mowat, however, takes the intercepting mark. We're ticking towards time on here. Mark's been taken by Coe. He's too far out to score this time. Just puts it onto the boot, into the pocket here. North Ringwood have the numbers. The flyer was Minchington, however. Joel Nathan was able to steady the ship there for the Saints. Shares it round, gets the handball forward here. Receives it once again. He's gotten 3 possessions in about 3 seconds here, Nathan. North Ringwood completely under no pressure here, just running it out. The only enemy was themselves as they messed up that handball over the boundary line, and we'll go to Josh Ward in the score centre.
Churnside Park have hit the front now, 8-9-57. Scores to be 7-11-53 out there at East Ringwood Reserve.
Could be heartbreak for the Magpies out there as Churnside working their way back into it. Back to Tormore Reserve. Schultz has done well, but that tap went straight to a North Ringwood player. His kick was smothered, scooped up just about there by Roland, but he wasn't able to make the most of it, and the kick goes forward for North Ringwood, and the mark has been taken by Patterson. Luke Patterson just to drive a stake through the heart of Beaconsfield if this were to go through. All the opportunities they've had, the Eagles, this quarter, might have amounted to nothing.
Might just be a little bit too far out, I think.
We'll see if Ray is correct in that assessment. Patterson moves in. He's going to kick it from about 42, I would estimate. It's a high one. It's a straight one. And North Ringwood have 1 foot into the semi-final against Mitcham.
I must admit, it was a beautiful kick.
As soon as you said it, I was like, I marked it down as a goal. Bang.
Backpedal.
And look.
Well, that's the tale of the tape, isn't it?
It is.
Taking your opportunities is the sport.
Inexperience on Beaconsfield part this afternoon. They just have not been able to hit a target in their forward 50, and they really have been exposed for a lack of quality player in that forward 50.
Yeah, they've either, from midfield, no confidence in what they've got ahead of them, and then there's no confidence from people to take the shot, as now doing Jackson, just takes it out of the ruck. That's why and up forward, punching it on with Shepherd on the run. It's Van Oonen from the pocket. It's party time now for the Saints because they know they're advancing. They'll march on in the finals race. Well, the Saints, North Ringwood with another goal in time on. 11-6-72, now lead by 5. Beaconsfield 6-6-42. 30-point margin. The Saints will beat Mitcham next week.
You sum the last quarter up. Up until the last couple of minutes, Beaconsfield have had a lot more of the ball, but they haven't hit the scoreboard. And if you have a look at what Beaconsfield have done today, they're hand passing, they're kicking, too much airtime. By the time the receiver gets it, he's smothered by the opposition. They haven't hit anybody on the chest with a short pass or a real hard on the chest hand pass.
So back into the centre.
Efficiency, 2 touches. Jackson, Shepherd knocks on, Van Oonen finishes.
Easy peasy, easy as you like. So Minchington out of the centre. Beaconsfield get the clearance. Bouncing ball towards the forward line. Upended was Nathan. McKinder capitalised. Got the handball to Johnston. Now to Brough. Top of the goal square. And it's cut off by Dylan Van Oonen. He switches up play, gets it up to Sharp. Kick was in front of him a little too far. Challenged there by Beaconsfield, but he was good enough to get the handball to Payne. He was tackled under pressure now at North Ringwood. Wasilko gets the handball into a man in space. He just fumbled his line there. Did Mounter. Got it out to a teammate there in Rowland, but he was shoved over the line by O'Donnell. And North Ringwood are playing like they are. They are in the finals. They're in the semi-finals now. Boundary line throw-in. Schultz versus Cullinan. Up goes Schultz. He's done that well today, especially in this last quarter. Slapped it. Now White to try and get the clearance. Tackled immediately. Whelan. He's got a lot of mud on him on not a particularly muddy day. But Minchington, he's just been upended by Stubbs. Barash wanted holding the ball, but...
He got it.
It was holding the ball. My bad. So Jaden Van Oonen. He's back into the side today. Didn't play the last couple of rounds for the Saints. So running himself into some form there. The kick was a little pedestrian, and it's going to be over the boundary line. We are 24 and a half minutes gone in this elimination, in the final quarter for the elimination final here. 11-6-72. That's North Ringwood. Beaconsfield 6-6-42. And let's go to Josh Ward in the score centre.
22 minutes into the fourth at Jubilee Park. Oakley District 6-6-42. Sylvan 5-9-39.
Well, there's a turnover coming out of defence for North Ringwood. Brough had 2 to contend with, however, as the kick went to the top of the goal square, and Nahas is just going to trot out of defence. He's got Brough with the tackle there. That's got to be... Well, the umpire says that Nahas got the handball away. Capitalising was Misso, but his kick was way wide, way short as well, so Taylor scoops it up.
Very, very lucky, Nahas.
Yeah.
He had 3 bounces.
You've got to reward the tackler in that instance, I reckon.
It wasn't just because he got... 3 bounces means you got no prior.
That's right.
As soon as you're tackled, holding the ball.
That's right.
So it's on outer side anyway, but it's not really. It's all academic now. It's all about it's an argument on umpiring rather than anything that's crucial to this contest. North Ringwood have kicked the goals when they've had the opportunities, especially this quarter, kicking 2 goals, but all the momentum and all the traffic going to Baronia Road hasn't helped Beaconsfield add more than one goal in this final quarter. So that is why North Ringwood leading by 35 points and will advance on. Here again, go McKinder, trying to get it forward. Now they've got some open play, has Beaconsfield, and a player finding it on his own has been Harris. He's had some nice gallops, but again, not often does it finish on with a goal. No. And this time he finds at the end of his run that he's standing alone 30 metres out to take a chest mark.
Well, he just snuck on from the interchange bench, actually. Right. That's how come he was out there on his own.
So Harris, he's quick to play on. I don't know you're going to get 6 goals in 2 minutes, but let's see what this one is. It's a nice kick. It's a good goal. He's got good skills as Harris, and that is a consolation goal in effect. It's Beaconsfield 7-6-48, trailing North Ringwood. Are they 11-6 or 12-5? Or just wait on. It's a confusion.
It's 11-6.
11-6. So it's a 24-point margin. 27 minutes gone, fourth term. We're going to back Lee and your scoreboard, Lee. And they've fixed it on the main score because they listened to the broadcast. So it's 72 playing 48. If you just want some clarity, it's North Ringwood leading by 24 points.
So back into the centre. North Ringwood have found their way to win a final. Whelan out of the centre. He's been worn well there by Devon Smith. The kick was out in front of Livingston. He was tackled to ground and holding the ball. Doesn't matter. North Ringwood have won. They go through to the semi-final to meet Mitcham. They've beaten Beaconsfield 11-6-72. Beaconsfield 7-6-48. The long run for the Eagles comes to an end. Their first final series in the EFNL is over with. But North Ringwood, relegated last year, finalists this year in Division 1. And they've won their first final, and Rob Nahas' men will march forward.
Yes, and congratulations to North Ringwood. Really, Ray, they set up the game in the first quarter. They sort of jumped Beaconsfield. They were a lot more accurate. And unfortunately for them, they just couldn't find a way to get back into the contest for the rest of the afternoon.
No, and what it boils down to, Brash, is EFNL finals experience. North Ringwood have a lot of those players in that side have played finals before.
Yes.
And from the opening bounce, as you said, they really hit the opponent. They hit the ground running, and that's the way you got to play finals. Mick Fogerty has been around a long time. He knows this was a learning process for Beaconsfield. I think that I would almost pencil it in now. Beaconsfield will play finals again next year because they're going to improve with the experience they've had today.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously with Ocker to come back into the side, it gives them a focal point.
Yep. Looks like Blake Tennant has an interview for us with one of the winning Saints players.
Yeah, just got Tom Jackson here. Tom, congratulations, mate. You're through to next week. What a game of football.
Yeah, it was a pretty good win. Happy for it. Bit sore, but, we trot on next week, so it'll be good.
Talk about that. You definitely, I was listening into Robbie Nahas' speech. You definitely go first use of the ball today. I think you had 2 ruckmen against you, so you could definitely show that they were definitely after you, Beaconsfield. But the way you carried on today and go first use, you must be pretty proud about that, mate.
Yeah, no, he's a big boy, Coach, so we always knew coming into this I was going to have a battle against me, and they had another bloke as well. So, it was a big day, but we ended up getting over, so it's a good win for us.
You had a couple of soldiers down today as well. Talk about that, mate. Just the resilience of North Ringwood. They're heavily documented last year, relegated into Division 1. You're now through to a semi-final. You must be really proud of the way the playing group's going and also the club point of view's going, mate.
Yeah, well, coming down, we never lost faith. We re-signed Robbie because he's a good coach. We'll look after him. And, coming into this week, we were actually quite confident that we'll get the win. So, we never lost faith. And Robbie has a saying, one soldier in, one soldier out. So, we've got 22 players who are all as good as each other, and that's how we win.
Yeah, so well done, mate. You're against Mitcham. Talk about that, mate. Big game. Must be pretty wrapped about playing Mitcham.
Yeah, no, it'll be a good challenge. Looking forward to next week.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Tom Jackson there, boys.
Thank you very much, Blake. We've got to quickly go to the score centre with Josh Ward because it looks like it's going down to the wire.
It is going down to the wire in Division 4 and Division 3. Scoresby now lead against Chirnside Park 62-59. And out at Jubilee Park with under 2 minutes left, Oakley District up 44-39.
Excellent. Tasty stuff here in the final series. And once again...
There's another update. Sylvan have hit the front 46-44 with pretty much the last kick of the game.
That is a heartbreaker for Oakley Districts. Oh, thought they might have been able to win their first final in the league.
And just briefly on Division 2, Heathmont 108 to Mulgrave 62. So not a close game there.
Disappointing end for Mulgrave there. I thought the Lions were building into some really good form towards the end of the final series. And... marching off the ground, Beaconsfield, they look a bit deflated, but no, they should be jubilant here, the Eagles. And we might have the song for you in a couple of seconds as North Ringwood filter into the rooms. We'll just wait around for that. And just to recap here, Beaconsfield 7-6-48, defeated by North Ringwood 11-6-72. Few injuries, few controversies, some cards were shown as well. A very interesting and potentially controversial game.
Yeah, well, there's no beg your pardons in what is always... The elimination final is all... When it's cutthroat like this, you throw caution to the wind and you play for keeps. Mm-hmm. And North Ringwood, like I said, they won the game by 4 goals, but in essence, if they had taken their chances in that first quarter, 6-3 to 1 goal, I think, on the overall balance of the rest of the afternoon, I think they deserve their win.
You've got to applaud efficiency, and that's the skill of the game.
Yes.
But you just wonder with the chances, and that's what some supporters will go. But if you don't have a forward to go to, it's not how many players you got missing, it's who you got missing sometimes. And I don't think Beaconsfield had any confidence going forward, and every forward attack seemed to dissipate into a missed opportunity. And to kick 7-6, they probably could have had, in effect, another 4 or 5 goals just from territorial momentum, but they just didn't have the game. Well, it's not about the game plan, they just didn't have the personnel.
And it becomes confident, Gav. There were, as you just said, there were kickable goals there for Beaconsfield right throughout the whole game from the centre half forward. North Ringwood proved it in the first quarter when they kicked goals from way out there. But what Beaconsfield did, they always tried to look for that short option, and because they weren't spot on with their efficiency today, they turned the ball over, and there goes the opportunity. Also, I thought that they didn't have a knowledge of the ground either. As I said, every time you come to Baronia here, attacking towards the scoreboard in, you come to this pocket here. But every time Beaconsfield did, they kicked to the corridor. You turn the ball over in the corridor there, easy meat for the opposition.
Let's go for more scores. It's exciting around the grounds.
Full time at Jubilee Park. Oakley District have won. A kick after the siren. 50-46 out there.
Who's the hero? Find out. Find out, because there's a guy that's going to get free drinks tonight who's going to be... If he's not being chaired off, he's going to feel like he's over the moon, because that's what footy's about. And if you can be the hero, you live in the dream.
What's the bet at Zach Bazanich, the main goalkeeper?
I'm not too sure. I'll find out. I'm not too sure, though. It probably would be Bazanich that kicked the winner.
Well done, Oakley Districts. They came into the league, probably got in a grade they probably didn't deserve to be in.
Didn't,
and I think that was almost smart. Put yourself in a grade, test yourself, but the next year, you've had a year in, you're in the grade that you can win at, and then they've won a final. So maybe, in retrospect, going in a grade higher just prepared them to know where they're at, and then they've recruited appropriately, and they've won a final. So good on Oakley Districts.
And to win a final against a side that's beaten you 3 times in the home and away season, that's a huge comeback as well.
That's a big mental edge there as well.
It's
That's a sign of character.
Yeah.
I mean, look, also, let's take nothing away from Sylvan either. They've come up this year, right, and they've gone beyond expectations to even make the finals against other sides that should have been going through. What do you got there, Josh?
It was Jack Dobson who kicked the match winner for Oakley. He was one of their recruits. I think he came across from the Basin this season, so he's the match winner for the district.
Gone from the Basin to the top drawer. I'll work on that one. I'll come back to you. But
to the top.
It's magnificent for Oakley Districts to win their first final in the EFNL. But just looking at North Ringwood again, getting back to this game, I applaud that they're tackling pressure. Yes, they were getting their hands on first in the first quarter, but in the second quarter they had to adapt to pressure acts. But from pressure acts, they didn't forget that there's run-on possibilities. And I don't think Beaconsfield will really appreciate that not only did they let the ball slip out of the contest that they got run. They had so much run against them, and it showed the difference in the two sides was transition from half back to half forward.
I noticed too in the last quarter too, whether it was done by design or not, but the experienced North Ringwood players, Van Noonan, Sharp, Whelan, Nahas, and Braunthal, they all went down into that back 50, and just to shore up, and sort of calm the storm, just in case Beaconsfield were going to throw everything at them. And they won some crucial possessions, I reckon.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And I think they realised that Beaconsfield were uncertain of themselves, and they played off that.
Yeah.
And then once you've lost possession and you've put your numbers into that effort, you're actually vulnerable. And I think North Ringwood were smart that once they were just going to rely on turnovers. And turnovers, as we know in the AFL, is probably one of the most significant scoring reason in Aussie rules.
And you look at both sides. Yeah, North Ringwood, far more even good players across the board. I've only got noted down here two best players in my book for Beaconsfield, and that was Coe and Broth. Now, apart from that, I can't find another. I don't know if you guys can add to that, but I can't find another player who I could say was very good all day.
The only other player that I could make a case for, I thought he tried hard, was Mounter.
Mounter.
Yeah.
I've also got
the only other one.
The other one.
I've also got Johnston, but like most of the midfielders for Beaconsfield, he was missing handballs and was part of the couple who was finding it.
Johnston in the second half, but in the first half, he hardly called him all day.
I would have liked to see Devon Smith get onto it more.
Yep.
That sort of player would have, if he got in the open a bit more, it would have helped them.
But they probably, at the end of the day, they weren't allowed to play a free-flowing game, Beaconsfield, because the fact that North Ringwood got the game on their terms early and were able to dictate the tempo of the game, and the way that they wanted to play the game, not the way that Beaconsfield wanted to play. And as we saw, Beaconsfield, they've had 13 shots at goal, but let's be honest, they've probably butchered at least 20 to 30 inside 50s where they've denied themselves scoring opportunities.
It's unfortunate we don't have Paul here because it would be really interesting to see what the inside 50 stats were. We'll be able to catch up with that on Premier Data at some point during the week.
I would hope so.
Yep. But the last quarter was like sucker punches when you're getting goals from Patterson, who takes a mark. And I don't think they saw much inside 50s until the 20-minute mark. When he got the gun. And it was just like, well, there's the game in a nutshell.
Do you think though, gents, that if Beaconsfield had been able to get it back to 14 points, whether they could have got some self-belief and pushed it a bit further?
No, I don't, Brash, because their confidence all day was down.
Yeah,
even if they'd got back to win a goal, I don't think they were confident they could have got the extra points to get over the line.
There's always a sense of self-belief, isn't there? When that sort of goes, it's hard to find it again, isn't it?
It is.
So if you got one more point, we'll get the boys on ready for the next interview because we've got North Ringwood winning player. So let's go to Scott Hardy.
Thanks, boys. I'm joined down boundary side with Tom Stubbs. We were just talking then. So as you asked, why me? I felt like you had a ripping game, and probably all the boys did. I was impressed. You came out firing in that first quarter. Was that sort of the mindset that Robbie had sort of placed then, and that continued, I guess, for the rest of the game?
Yeah. So basically, he said just go in, no fear, play the way we play, fast, aggressive, dangerous, press up hard, tackle, pressure.
And in that third quarter, that pressure came from Beaconsfield. You obviously knew that they would respond coming into the final, which obviously you felt. There was a number of your boys that went down, and you were probably down on the injury sort of front as well. How did you sort of stand up with that?
Yeah, I guess we just got a really well-rounded team and lots of capable blokes, and everyone stood up and, played our way and got it done.
And got the win.
Yeah.
Boys, I'll get you to ask some questions if you've got them handy.
Yeah, Tom, look, congratulations. It was a great victory for North Ringwood today. I mean, 8-9-1 heading into a final series, but your last month really did generate some confidence heading into a game of today.
Yeah, well, as Robbie's always told us, he's always had full confidence and believed in us and what we're capable of, and I guess it's starting to come into fruition. So, it's good to see us playing some great footy.
That first quarter where it was pretty hot in the kitchen, you led 4-5 to a goal. Did you actually think you deserved in your own minds to be a little further in front considering the time in possession you had of the ball?
I can't say I paid that much attention to it, but I definitely felt like we were on top, and we definitely should have. I reckon we could have been a bit more ahead, but Beaconsfield came and we held on.
One big moment, Tom, that you may have been in prime position. I'm not sure where you were, but it was a fantastic running goal by Aaron Fenton. Can I just get a welfare check on how he is and how you viewed that event? Because it was a crack of a goal. It's unfortunate that it's ended in injury for him.
Yeah, Aaron's actually all right. He's as good as he can be. He's walking around. He seems pretty happy with the win. Couldn't remember the goal, but he's seen the footage. He was pretty happy with it.
Yeah, it was goal of the year, you reckon, almost?
Yeah, it was a great goal. I don't know. Don't know how he did it. It was just
Tom, it's Ray Baird here, mate. Look, congratulations on the wing. Yeah, your club's had a pretty lean year last year, obviously being relegated and all that, but today, you as a player, you must be really excited with the way you had heaps of numbers of supporters and members around the outside of the fence today cheering you on. They've stuck with you through thick and thin. You want to give a shout out to them?
Yeah, well, they're amazing, and obviously all the old club legends, the vets, the women's team's huge, the Rezzies, they all get around and support us awesomely. So, it's just really great culture we got at the minute, and I feel everyone's pretty excited.
Well, can I ask one more question? I just thought Rob Nahas getting sent off, was that inspirational or just the poor leadership at the time?
Oh, I don't know, mate. I got no idea what happened there.
Don't bag him, mate. He watches these interviews.
Yeah, no, I'll be careful what I say here. No, but he's, I don't know what happened. Maybe a bit of lip or something. We all get hot-headed during the game, so especially me. I'm a bit of a hothead, so I can't really talk. Yeah.
Well, you've done well, and you've seized your opportunities, I reckon, North Ringwood, and I reckon you'd be excited about next week against Mitcham.
Oh, yeah, super excited. It's definitely a very gettable win, so it's going to be a great game, and, just be a good clash.
Well, thanks for your time, Tom.
Yeah, thank you.
There you have it.
Tommy Stubbs,
number 5. Man of not many words, but words enough.
No, that's right. They speak on the field, some of these young guys.
Yeah.
Well, you cut him off just when I thought he was going to get excited about Fenton, because that, I seriously, it was goal of the year, and let's forget that he got knocked down.
That's right.
Because he ran, sprinted, it was like a gauntlet of space, and he's punted it through from 50. I mean, without the event afterwards, that's goal of the year.
Of course it is. They were all great effort. Look, to kick a goal when you're running full pace and you know you're going to get crunched, an enormous effort.
And to back himself in as well, because he had options forward also.
Yeah.
Obviously he's got to kick it from there if he's ignoring his teammates, but he really had that bravery and backed himself in.
You got a final yet from Mitcham?
I do. Heathmont 16-13, 109 to Mulgrave 8-14, 62. So
and the Scoresby game?
Nothing's changed, so I'm not going to assume anything, but I think it may actually be full time. 8-14, 62 to 8-11, 59 Churnside Park. So the Magpies might have won. Could have potentially. So bit of a surprise there, given the form Churnside Park are heading into the finals, but we'll get a final score when I can.
You might have a jumper clash next week.
Oh.
Is it Magpie versus Magpie or what?
Panther versus Magpie.
It's the Stripes versus the Prison Bars, which is a fun one.
What did they do during the season for clash?
Well, I think, Surrey had to wear orange and grey 2 times during the regular season. Scoresby had to wear the same strip as well, so they might have to whip that out. Who knows?
That is the EFL official
EFL
uniform. Yeah, that's right. There's that incident, boys, on the screen there.
The Power Rangers uniform, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's when you look at the day in it's been a ripping day's football once again in the EFNL. Close results, bar the odd one. And I think, once again, it's a great advertisement for EFNL football. You know, there's been upsets and there's been some, you know, but there's also been some outstanding performances as well.
So, Brash, we might take this opportunity to go to a break. Let's just sum up the scoreboard. North Ringwood winning elimination final Division 1, 11-6-72 to Beaconsfield, 7-6-48. You might be listening on 98.1, watching on YouTube or Facebook. We've got 10 more minutes of review after this short break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Elimination final, First Division's done and dusted here this afternoon at Tormore Reserve. And once again, it was victory to North Ringwood, 11-6-72, defeating Beaconsfield, 7-6-48. And I've got the whole crew here as we go through our post-match wrap-up of this game. And we're going to look forward just a little bit towards next week's games. And Gav, did you think in your own mind that there was a definitive time in the game where you thought North Ringwood really weren't going to lose this contest?
Probably that the Fenton goal, because Beaconsfield didn't have goals in them, did they?
No.
So when they didn't kick that goal, last shot at goal at three-quarter time, you just thought it was beyond them. So but to be fair to them, they had 20 minutes of a red-hot go. They just didn't put a score on the board, apart from a free kick. Yeah. That probably was very dubious, and that was their one score. Their one shot at goal for 20 minutes was from Coe, and I think Harris got one at the end. Yeah. But for 20 minutes, it was all huff and puff and no results for them. And so really, I think North Ringwood had a sense that it was just time that they were going to win.
Ray, in the second, third, and fourth quarters, Beaconsfield controlled the ball for 8 probably 20 and 14 minutes respectively, yet they got no reward for their effort. Is that something they're going to have to look at next year?
Yeah, obviously it is, Brash, because, when you control the ball for that long, you've got to hit the scoreboard. But was it due to the pressure that North Ringwood just crowded them over on that outer flank there and wouldn't let them get the ball out of there?
Maybe.
Sometimes it's the opposition that put that pressure on. As I've said earlier in the day, this has been a great learning process for the Beaconsfield Football Club. They know now, look, all the hard nights of training, home and away season and everything like that, this is what you play for. You step up a notch or two when you come to finals. Now they know they've had a taste of it. They know what's expected. And by far, I'll guarantee you now, Beaconsfield will be far better next year than having had this experience today.
There might be something in it, because everyone who's ever watched an EFNL final or match here at Baronia know that if you're standing on this wing, 90% of the play's on the other wing.
Exactly.
I don't know why. Does a slope there, or is there something that there's a magnet and the ball's got one pole in?
And as I've said, every time I've seen Baronia play here, once they're kicking up to the scoreboard end, on this side of the ground, they come to this pocket. What Beaconsfield did today, from here they went to the corridor, turned the ball over, and it's an easy opposition goal.
Well, obviously with North Ringwood moving on, their next opponent next weekend is Mitcham in the first semi-final.
They're a bit stiff, weren't they, Mitcham?
Yeah, well, they were, but once again they were their own worst enemy, Gav. They gave up a start like they did at Montrose in the previous game, and they left it all to do in the second, third and fourth quarters. And, look, whether you want to call it a travesty of justice if they had got over the line in normal time, I also think there'd be an argument to say that Montrose would have been unlucky, but I also think there's two sides to the story about that game, and I'm a little bit worried that neither one of those two sides are going to be able to score enough, like it was out here this afternoon, to sort of challenge the scoring capabilities of South Belgrave moving forward.
And also, Mitcham with that final yesterday, did they spend all their petrol tickets to get that, nearly get over the line yesterday? Did it take so much out of them? And as Brash said, they're coming up a side that's going to run the ball a lot quicker than what Montrose do on this big wide open spaces. I think the Mitcham, look, of course they got their destiny in their own hands, but they can go either way, so it's going to be interesting to see which way they go.
Sometimes the rankings hold though, don't they? If you weren't good enough to play in the qualifying final, it gets showing up in the semi. You know what I mean? The elimination final, we all get it romanced by the winner, and the winner's going to go on with confidence. But then the team that just lost by a second, a missed shot, they only just lost. Are they still truly the favourites, Mitcham?
The thing is, for me, both South Belgrave, Montrose and Mitcham on average kick probably 3 or 4 more goals over the season against both these two sides. And I think when push comes to shove next week, this is where I think Mitcham might just have the edge, because I just feel that they've got the ability, right, to kick a winning score, whereas I'm not sure, for as good as what North Ringwood were today, they also went periods where they went stagnant as well and weren't able to score. And Jared, I don't think that North Ringwood can afford to have these lapses next week against Mitcham.
They have to agree. They've got some very skilled forwards up there in Livingston and Patterson, but they just don't have. They haven't quite figured out the connection with them and their running play through the corridor. They're not always those targets. They're not always going to them. They're not always presenting. They're able to take the mark when they are presenting. However, this looking at the scoreboards throughout the season for North Ringwood, and it has started to improve towards the end of the season. We've got to give them credit for that, but it hasn't really been off the back of these taller, more skilled players. I wouldn't say so. It's more about the speed with which they get it inside forward 50.
Second Division next week, gentlemen, throws up a couple of very interesting contests set down for discussion after what happened this weekend. We've got Baronia coming up against Templestowe, but the game I think that's going to draw the most amount of interest, I think, next weekend is the Waverley Blues versus Heathmont clash. Heathmont today, I think garnered themselves some self-belief again. And even though Waverley Blues had got their moment in the sun last week, they go into this final series one each throughout the season. So I think that's going to be a very, very interesting dynamic next week, Ray.
I worry about Heathmont, Brash, because they don't often string two very good performances in a row.
Yep.
Okay, now that is to me a worry for them, and they're coming up against a very good side next week.
Do you think that? Jared, that Heathmont have got the running game? If they went head to head, they could take on Waverley Blues and beat them at their own game.
I think they do on their best day, and it really does have to be a good day for Heathmont to be able to match the speed of the Waverley Blues. Waverley Blues are able to do that consistently, even if they are stopped in their tracks by a bigger-bodied team like a Templestowe. They are able to at least find the endeavour. They always look fast, even if the ball movement is held up, even if they're not taking, even if they're having to take on the contest, they're always doing that. Whereas Heathmont, we've seen them go into their shell a few times. We see them lose confidence in themselves, in their ball movement skills. Their kicking ability starts to crumble a little bit when they're being held to the fire. Waverley Blues, just even yesterday, I mean, they scored 8-4 in the final quarter yesterday, and that just shows that no matter what sort of pressure they're under, they're able to pick themselves up and find that speed consistently throughout a game, even if they're being outmatched in other areas.
The only caveat for me is I would like to see Tom Langford be a bit more proactive and get Williamson into the contest earlier. He only had 3 or 4 touches heading into the half-time break yesterday, and for a player of his quality and ilk, you can't afford to have him sitting in a forward pocket and rot away whilst the ball's not coming down. Williamson is a highly skilled player, and he has the ability, Josh, to be able to turn the game a bit like Tim Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Right, in 5 or 6 minutes.
He definitely can, and if they get Matt Perry back as well into the lineup, that's still a big if. But if they do get him back, it's still a massive inclusion, and you've still got other options in that forward line. We mentioned it on Friday that there's so many options, but yeah, you need to. If you get Williamson into the game early, then there's just no stopping him. But for Heathmont, I think they probably go in confident just because the last couple of weeks, they've got back Finn Brown. Chris Colombo has come back in this past weekend. Trey Braioni. There's some real good talent coming back into this Heathmont lineup, so they're starting to get their best side back on the park.
Okay, let's move on. Let's just quickly cast our eye over the two preliminary finals next weekend in 3rd and 4th Division. We've got Ferntree Gully up against Oakley District. Now, this game on paper now seems like it's going to be a very, very close contest score-wise. I don't think either side's going to have the ability to kick away. I think it's going to go right down to the wire, Jared.
Yep.
Where does Ferntree Gully get another chance at Donvale and redemption? Or can Oakley District spring the big surprise and dump Ferntree Gully out in straight sets?
They definitely have the opportunity here, Oakley Districts. I think they'll go in with a lot of exuberance and a lot of confidence and trust in themselves. And it's interesting when you think about it. We just saw Beaconsfield here today not have confidence in going forward. Oakley District have that big Zach Bazanich, obviously, down and forward line, and Warren as well. They have tall players that they would have so much confidence with because they've performed consistently throughout the season. So I wouldn't worry necessarily about their confidence. It's just about in the end, whether or not they'll be able to step up to the finals-like pressure. Finals are a very different game, and the running slingshot style of Oakley District might hit a bit of a wall when they come up against a more hardened Ferntree Gully side.
Ray, you've seen both these sides quite a couple of times this year. Where are your tendencies based on the season so far for these two?
Well, first of all, Brash, I think that this game is going to be actually won, I think, at 9 o'clock on the morning of the game.
Why is that?
Because there's going to be, to me, Ferntree Gully are going to go in not confident. Oakley Districts now, they've got the world in front of them. They've got nothing to lose now that they've won their first final. And I think that whoever goes into that game with the best mindset, I don't think there's a lot of difference between both sides. I like Oakley's midfield. I like the way they move the ball. The big man down there at full forward gives them an option. And apart from that, from what I've seen of them on a couple of occasions, they... a bit likeable to Roval. They run the ball off the half-back line to start these surges forward. So, I'm at this stage, I can't pick a winner at this stage.
I think
no way.
We all agree that this one, at this particular moment in time, actually could come down to the selection table on Thursday night on who plays.
Well, yeah, I reckon so. But I think the point that springs to my mind is that, Gav, you mentioned in the context of the North Ringwood Mitcham match next week, the team that finished higher on the ladder. We get romanticised about, the elimination final victors and Oakley District. Of course, there's a bit even more romance around them, given it's their first final series in the EFNL after a painful last year. I feel like the quality's going to win. But
Jared, even when they last year in the Southern Football League, they were in second of it. They only won one game in that competition as well, so they've had more than one lean year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that just, I have to agree with that.
Yeah, I think they'll go in pretty confident, but it's going to be interesting if they have put all their fuel tickets into this game as well against Sylvan. But Donvale defeated Warrandyte and they were coming in as somewhat underdogs in that elimination in that preliminary final last year. So who's to say it can't happen again?
Mm-hmm. And finally, the other preliminary final set down for decision next weekend will be between Surrey Park and Scoresby. And I think we all got seduced by Chirnside Park's late run towards the end of the season, Gav. And I think
we need to hear from Josh.
We need to hear from Scott. I know how disappointed he is.
All right, Scott. The fact that a lot of the sides would have been worried if Chirnside had have won today, both Kilsyth and Surrey Park. Scoresby have actually done them a favour, haven't they?
Of course they have. And I smiling because I talked Chirnside up. I felt that they presented really well in the off season and sort of took them quite a while to get going. And then once they did get going, they were like a freight train coming in towards finals.
And Scotty, let's face it, over the last month, they've been the form side in that division.
Yeah, easily by far. And so if that final, it is the final result. It is the final. I just want to double check because I can't believe it.
No,
I really can't.
I think they were the form side, and Scoresby have definitely done Surrey Park and Kilsyth a favour. But I still think Surrey will be wary of Scoresby just because this is a really good victory against a rampant Chirnside Park outfit. But we'll see what happens.
Did have Surrey beaten them twice this year, or was it one
twice? They lost the last meeting against Scoresby, and that was out at Scoresby.
Josh, have they really done them a favour, or is it the chocolate-coated pill that you've got to be very wary of? Because, let's take nothing away from Scoresby.
I'll go with the latter. Let's go the chocolate.
It's credit to Scoresby, and they probably had that from seasons gone and learnt in those upper divisions and stuff.
Well, Chirnside didn't have a defence-wise. Scoresby a better side, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they are. Yeah. Well, gentlemen, we could sit here for hour upon hour and talk and pontificate about the whys and who's going to win next week, but we've all got to say goodbye now. So to Gav and Gab Casey and Jared Beanland, thank you for your contributions this afternoon, and a great calling to Blake and Scotty on the boundary line. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brash,
for your contributions this afternoon. Josh, your insightfulness and keeping us up to date with all these scores this afternoon.
Thank you, Brash.
Did everyone did us proud. To my my mate and my co-host Ray Baird, thank you once again, Ray.
Thank you, and I just quickly want to say from all of us, thank you to Ryan Long for giving us the opportunity to do this every weekend.
Right, and to Lee, Megan and Kath Green, thank you very much from LKM Media. But final score this afternoon, North Ringwood 11-6-72 defeated Beaconsfield 7-6-48.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Not too long. Yeah, only off by a few seconds. The thing is, like, if you get to the point where it's like it's right on 30. Hang on, let me just